A clear blue sky appeared with pristine white clouds, and that day the silhouette of a dragon rose into the air. The fierce blue dragon opened its jaws wide and let out a loud cry. A dragon circled, swooping through the sky. It frenziedly looped through the air, freer than anything I'd ever seen. That dragon flew over the head of a man standing below, and because of that, Asta, his face covered in blood, looked utterly exhausted. Above the vast sky, the dragon spread its wings and flew off, making Asta look up. Belonging to the great magical lineage Declan, he had decided to withdraw from the role of trouble cleaner. Then he clenched his fist beneath the sunlight. That was the only reason. Dark clouds began rolling in, covering the white clouds from before. A black crow opened its beak and cawed. A powerful voice suddenly thundered. "Now you are the last one remaining." Then it beat its wings and flew off to join the other crows in the flock. Below, Asta was using a strangling spell on someone. A green-haired man, in pain and helpless, said, "First of all, you've been hiding your strength." He didn't answer, just gave a faint smile. Not long after, Asta replied, "That's not power an ordinary cleaner would have." Then he asserted that the one asking questions here was him. Asta held the book in his hand and asked, "This is a grimoire, isn't it?" The green-haired man, pale and trembling, stammered, "Yes." In that vast space there were only the two of them. The green-haired man continued, "Do you really think we came here just to take down a hunting dog?" Asta still had no intention of letting go and answered, "But if it's trash from the Declan line like you, then likely the whole pack would come." He glanced at the other and casually asked, "So how do you use it?" The man refused to say, "I don't know." Hearing that, Asta looked over and thought that if that greedy Declan knew, he wouldn't have buried it in a dusty basement. He stared at the book in his hand, pondering. He didn't even know how to use it, yet he was chased to this extent. Immediately Asta concluded how valuable it must be. Suddenly the green-haired man spoke and Asta looked over, hand over the grimoire. Even while cornered he forced out a threat. "I'll beg the leader to spare you. Maybe he'll even let you return as a cleaner." Asta showed no fear, only a slight smile. He maintained the strangling spell on the green-haired man and said, "What authority do you have to say that?" Asta threatened back. "Fine then. Any last words?" The man groaned in increasing pain. "You damn," Asta mocked him. "Oh, you've finally accepted yourself. How commendable." Suddenly, a foot supporting a cane slowly approached.
Asta flinked instinctively.
Then he turned to look. Dangerous. A man appeared surrounded by red auras. "You have keen intuition." Asta turned fully and said to himself that anyone carrying such murderous intent. The man gripped his cane tightly and said, "Very pleased to meet you. I am Farin von Declan." He gently introduced himself as the patriarch of the Declan magical clan from the eastern continent. Hearing that, Asta was stunned. The patriarch of the Declan line. Farin smiled lightly and made an offer. "If you don't mind, I'd like to reclaim that grimoire. We'll talk later." He glared at Farin and thought that it had been more than 10 years since he started working as a cleaner. "I've spent half my life on Declan, but this is the first time I've met the patriarch." Asta recalled that group, the Declan line, the magical clan dominant across the eastern continent. The imposing image of Farin rose to mind, the patriarch said to be the strongest mage in their history. He was curious. What kind of man is he? But in reality the man wore an extraordinarily kind smile. Seeing that, Asta was momentarily dumbstruck. What a nuisance. Farin likewise looked helpless with a naive expression and fell silent. Immediately Asta grabbed the book and asked, "Are you just going to take someone else's spoils that easily? Don't you have any shame?" He didn't answer. He burst into laughter, and so the two of them stood facing each other, each breaking into laughter. Asta forced a smile and scolded himself. "I shouldn't have eaten that dragon of all things. The patriarch shows up in person. Talk about bad luck." His hand trembled. This mana wasn't to be trifled with. He's the most overwhelming mage I've ever seen. Farin slammed his cane into the ground, shattering stone. "It'd be easier to kill you and take the grimoire back. But fine, I'll be blunt," he said slyly. "Return under the banner of Declan. Hand over the grimoire, and I'll let what you've done slide." Asta remained silent while Farin pressed on. "Your talent is truly impressive. Watching you fight, I can't believe we didn't recognize it sooner. You're just a filthy wanderer from the Gray District, training in the same cheap techniques cleaners use. He stood there staring as Farin tempted him. With your strength, backed by Declan, how high could you soar? Asta's eyes nearly closed in despair. How far could Declan reach with you as their sword? He continued painting a favorable path. Together, you'll stand by me, make Declan greater, and you'll be recorded in the annals of history. Against the gray sky, a dragon beat its wings, returning to Declan. Farin closed with, "Of course you must return the grimoire."
Asta replied briefly. Fine.
Farin smiled and said, "Good. Then let's begin, but first I have one condition." Asta sneered and shot back at Farin sarcastically. "Give me the leadership position and I'll consider it." Farin smiled too, though veins showed on his face. Asta clenched his fist, emitting a blue light, and asked, "You've been watching the fight, haven't you?" Above, the green-haired man gaped and stuck out his tongue as his neck was squeezed. His neck twisted to the side. Asta asked confidently, "Can you count how many people have died because of this?" That move successfully infuriated Farin, making his face furious. Yet he remained calm and stood there. "So this is how things will go. You could die, you know that." Hearing this, worry showed on Asta's face. He stood silent, thinking he's right. Suddenly, footsteps raced across the ground. Asta leapt up, raising his fist in triumph. Perfect. Streams of white and red light from the two of them collided. Asta's face grew ferocious as he shouted, "You won't know what's long or short until you measure it." Farin replied calmly, "Very well. It seems I need to remind you of your place." He pointed to the red circle before him, preparing to do something. Farin stood below as Asta unleashed his attack. He kept his hand on that circle with an utterly composed expression. It seemed Asta had been hit by that move, his expression shifting this crazy bastard. From high above, Asta rapidly fell to the ground. He deftly scraped his feet on the earth to absorb the impact. Fighting, he brooded. "Is this the Declan patriarch?" Asta leapt forward but kept glancing back warily. There wasn't a single gap in his defense. When a voice rang out, "Losing focus? Are we?" Then he braced himself against the light coming from ahead. Farin asked calmly, "Didn't you say you had to measure it to know? Some things you can tell without measuring." Asta stood, touching the red circle, then looked upward. Farin stated sternly, "Like the distance between you and me." A shaft of golden light suddenly flared, blinding the area. A huge red circle enveloped Farin to protect him. He said, "I won't kill you, just beat you up a bit, so are you ready to talk now?" Farin looked up at the gray sky. He laughed suddenly. "And what if I bow now? What if I agree to return under Declan's shadow? Do you think I'd trust you?" On this side, Asta was also concentrating on a spell. His face was smeared with blood. Asta widened his eyes, looking terrifying. "Do you think I'll trust you?" Instantly he launched an attack and shouted, "I'm sick of eating dog food, hear me?" Asta's technique slammed down hard toward where Farin stood. His face turned vicious as he yelled, "Who'd want to go back to being a dog? Just because of a shiny chain and a big house doesn't mean it's not a dog kennel." Farin casually poked his cane into the ground and sneered, "Pathetic." Immediately a red circle sprang up under his feet. The light from that circle hurled Asta flying far away. Farin manipulated the red circle with his hand and looked up. "Let me show you." He spoke as if ready to deliver a finishing blow, showing what overwhelming power looks like. Now Asta was on his knees, looking up and cursing, "You bastard." Purple lightning struck down from the sky. Thinking back, that was the reason. Asta remembered his own miserable face back then. That day when I looked up at the sky. Against the gray sky, another dragon took off, flying past overhead, looking free. The image of his intense pain appeared, and then the reason I looked up that day. Farin still stood there leaning on his cane and said, "Impressive, I thought you were dead. Yet you held on." Then he asked sarcastically, "So have you felt the gap in power?" Asta, his face covered in blood, stared at Farin but didn't answer. Finally he admitted, "You're too strong." Farin lowered his hand and asked, "Do you want to finish what remains unfinished? Are you ready to talk now?" Asta, wounded and narrowing his cold eyes, asked back, "So you want me to go back to being a cleaner?" Farin put his hand to his chin as if considering and replied, Oh, I never said that. I didn't tell you to be a cleaner. Immediately Farin made his request. I want you to become the chieftain of Bangshin. Hearing this, Asta's eyes widened in disbelief. Chieftain of Bangshin? Farin's authority manifested. The Declan line, the most powerful magical clan on the eastern continent, strong enough to challenge thrones, and they want me to pledge fealty like a vassal house. Asta slowly pulled out the book and asked, that was your real goal from the start, wasn't it? But Farin brushed it off and answered, you're still underrating your own value. I want you, and I want that grimoire as well. And then the two of them just stared at each other in silence. Asta held the book out to Farin. Good, you've made the right choice. He smiled and reached out to take it. All your sins are forgiven. Farin shifted to an emphasized tone. Now there is only glory standing beside Declan. Suddenly the book in Asta's hands glowed with a purple light. Farin's face darkened. What are you doing? Asta glared at him and replied, what do you think? You said I could hand it over as long as I didn't mind it being burned to ashes, right? Farin grew so angry that veins stood out on his face. You will never. You're not going to die an easy death. But Asta cut him off. Shut up and listen. He held the book surrounded by purple light and said calmly, I've never done this for money. Cleaners don't have money, so why do I keep this? Because it concerns money. Asta asked on, making Farin start and widen his eyes. Have you ever heard of a cleaner being eaten by a Declanaire? He seemed to know about it. Forbidden magic. Asta affirmed, yes, that bastard swallowed my comrade whole, and Declan covered it up. Realizing everything, Farin continued, so it was all for revenge. Asta replied wearily, why would I do that? I know how cheap a cleaner's life is, and my comrade's was the same. He looked with his clear blue eyes and stammered, Warm rays of sunlight began to break through the gray sky, as if to ensure they'd get what they wanted. Then Asta smiled, but that will take a lot of money and more besides. Finally he concluded, I've decided to retire for good. There's no way I'm going back to that kennel. Farin fell silent, waiting for Asta to continue, taking it as his final testament. Then he snapped his fingers once. A blue flame flew out and surrounded Asta. Farin turned away and said, this is Declan's precious azure flame, the flame that never dies. Farin glanced back. Burn in there, and regret your choice down to the marrow of your bones. Asta glared defiantly and said, regret? Screw that. As Farin's back receded, if the only option left is to be Declan's dog, I'd rather return to the Grey District, and if I can't go back, then dying isn't so bad. Asta sat in that flame, still smiling in satisfaction. He laughed loudly in a burst of joy. How long has it been since I felt this free? Asta sighed. What a pity I can't escape death. Immersed in the flames he kept thinking, what a pity I can't escape death. But I do not regret it if reborn. I'll seek freedom and properly take my revenge. 100 rivers flowing into one sea. But it seemed Asta was perfectly fine. What the hell? He remembered Farin's retreating back and wondered, everything had stopped. Asta stood behind a rock and looked back. He held the book in his hands, the grimoire. Then Asta let go and the book was carried away by the blue flame. He watched in astonishment. What the hell is that? A golden circle quickly appeared. Asta still didn't understand what was happening. What on earth is going on? A coin dropped into an old bucket. Asta, in the body of a boy, was crawling along holding the bucket to beg. He froze, stunned, bewildered, asking himself, what is this? I was clearly being burned alive. Something's wrong. Asta panicked, slowly lifting his head, looking at the primitive houses around him, his heart full of questions. Where is this? He glanced down at the bucket holding a few coins and thought to himself, it's like I've gone back in time. This place feels so familiar. Suddenly Asta gasped. Only then did he vaguely realize, right? I remember now. This is the Grey District, where I used to drag myself through each day before I became a cleaner. People bustled by and no one paid him any attention. Asta looked at his hands, still unable to believe this miracle. Could it be that I've truly traveled back in time? The sky was clear and blue, the sunlight gentle. The spaces around the old houses in the Grey District gradually fell quiet. Asta slumped by the river, stunned, and asked, what the hell happened? He looked at his face reflected in the water. Though he showed no expression, inside he was confused. He murmured to himself, this is definitely me, but me as a child. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared hidden in his chest. Asta was a little dazed, thinking that if anything puzzled him, it was this mark. I've gone back to the past. Yet this thing stayed with me. Sitting amid the lush green grass under the blazing sun, he pondered and slowly reached a conclusion. I don't know how, but the grimoire definitely did something. Still, remembering the book's appearance left him uneasy. Could it really have this power? Then again, the fact that the lazy Declan Patriarch showed up himself indicated how important that grimoire was, and because it was so important, no one knew anything about it. Finally, he brushed aside the tangled thoughts and told himself to let it go. After all, this seems like a good thing. It's too real to be a dream, so I won't believe it's one, he thought, staring at the water and grimacing. Sile lecture hall's sewer stench is nauseating. I'm definitely still alive. He waved his arm and half-joked to himself, and not just surviving. Shaking off his thoughts, Asta clenched his fists with excitement, trying to encourage himself an energetic, fired-up morning where anything could succeed. But he still vaguely asked himself, so then, what is success? Under the harsh sun, he closed his eyes and whispered, I once had a dream. Yes, I had a dream. This was also my comrade's dream, Asta thought, letting his mind drift as memories surfaced. Back then, he and his comrade looked out into the distance. The reason I decided to retire, Asta suddenly turned to his companion and called, Number one, no, I mean Aster. Aster didn't turn to look, but said casually, we were born as wanderers in the Grey District. We have nothing, no good food, no fine clothes, no education. Among those things, which do you think hurts the most? Asta asked back. Not having food? Aster didn't repeat it and continued, if it were just hunger we wouldn't be like this. If we can't eat, we can endure it. Then he asked again, what do you think dragged our lives down into the sewers? Unlike Aster's solemn mood, he playfully made silly faces and replied nonchalantly, but I don't mind. Although Aster was annoyed by his teasing, he remained earnest and continued explaining why their lives fell to the bottom, only to be cut off by him dryly insisting, I told you I don't mind. Aster, furious, gave Asta a look full of affection. Seeing that, he stopped teasing and, helpless, said, all right, I'll speak. Look at his eyes. Only then did he seriously listen to Aster. The bitterness is not having education. If we had been taught properly, we wouldn't have to live like this, trampled by those damned nobles. The two of them stared toward the sunset horizon as Aster added, so if one day I can retire, then I wanna. He unconsciously smiled brightly at that. Back in the present, Asta spoke for him, smiling. Build a library. He vaguely pictured the vision. A place where anyone, regardless of wealth, status, or gender, could read freely. But I want to go one step further. Then he raised his hand and looked up at the blue sky. He dreamed again. Build a tower for no reason at all, just because I like tall things. Put it anywhere. Thinking of that, Asta couldn't help whispering aloud. Any books will do, but there must be one specific volume there. The more he thought, the more excited he became, laughing crazily and declaring loudly that he'd placed Declan's top-secret manual in the main hall on the first floor so that even the Grey District vagrants, noble bastards, or butchers could hold a copy. The book's cover would bear Declan's crest, and inside would be the secret techniques they valued more than life itself. The more he thought, the grander his fantasies grew. Imagining everyone hand in hand holding that book made him exclaim, just the thought made my mouth water. But there remained a thorny problem. How to get that book? The sky grew even bluer. He folded his arms and nodded, muttering happily, well, that's a task for my future anyway. If I spread Declan's manual everywhere, they'll worship it to death. Suddenly a foot stomped straight into his face, accompanied by a shout. That's him. Asta was kicked hard to the ground as the boy shouted, you bastard. I've been looking for you. I saved you a spot and you dare hide here? Do you want to die, huh? As he spat those cruel words, the boy punched and kicked him mercilessly. Asta was bruised all over, confused, clutching his head and thinking, who is this, an ambush? But I've survived countless fights. Except aerial combat, I'm a seasoned cleaner, he thought, then boldly grabbed the foot that was stomping him to stop it. The boy was stunned by the move but quickly recovered and screamed, oh, you dare block me? Asta's cold voice slowly enunciated each word. You hit me 7 times. Then take 70 blows back. His face turned icy and murderous intent radiated from him. This made the boy unconsciously fearful. Seizing the moment, he prepared to throw a punch straight at the boy's face. But his hand cracked with the sound of breaking bone. He withdrew his fist, bewildered and wondering to himself, "What is this? It's glowing." While he was distracted, the boy launched a punch right into his face, shouting insults. "You bastard, you dare hit the boss. Some brat like you dares touch me? Are you crazy?" As he hurled insults, he showed no mercy, punching and kicking until Asta rolled on the ground. Asta couldn't fight back. He hugged his head, tears streaming, helplessly thinking it hurts enough to make me cry, but the pain that hurt more than the body was his heart. The boy accidentally struck a rock on the ground. He fell backward onto his back. A sack fell into the water. Seeing that, Asta told himself, "Now's my chance." The boy got up and cursed again, "You little brat." Seeing Asta run, the boy angrily yelled, "Where do you think you're running off to?" Asta suddenly shouted back, "This isn't running away." Suddenly he turned to face the boy and said coldly, "I'll remember your face," silently calculating that this was a tactical retreat. "The blows you landed on me? I'll wear them on my chest like medals. I'm a veteran cleaner, someone who doesn't know the meaning of giving up." At a street corner, Asta examined his hand and murmured, "Damn, this is bad." Looking at his bruised, swollen wrist, he worriedly muttered, "I'm not some ordinary office guy, and a few punches already dislocated my wrist. This body is far too weak." Shaking off his fanciful dreams, he thought to himself, "Forget the tower first, I have to fix this body." Then a voice called out, asking Asta, "Are you hungry?" He saw a kid walking up beside him. He rubbed his wrist while looking at the boy and asked back, "Do you know me?"
Damian honestly answered, "No."
Asta turned his face away. After sizing him up, he mentally judged, "Yeah, I guess so. You look pathetic, but your clothes are expensive, probably some noble scion kicked out of their family in a power struggle. In other words, a walking bomb, beautiful and dangerous." Damien stood silently, watching him. Asta curtly said, "Kid." Damien pointed to himself and introduced, "I'm Damien." He was about to add, "Anyway," but Damien cut him off, saying, "My mother's Bianca." Hearing that, he was dumbstruck and had nothing to say. Irritated inside, he thought, "Why do I suddenly know things I shouldn't know?" After a few seconds of silence, Asta couldn't hide his annoyance and half scolded, half asked Damien, "Are you out of your mind?" He asked one thing and Damien naively answered another. "I don't have a mother." Realizing he'd slipped up, Asta felt guilty and thought, "Oh, my bad." But he kept his tone firm and decisive, saying, "I don't have a father either, so I win now, let's part ways here. Clear?" Actually, he cautioned himself that it was best not to get involved with a ticking bomb like this and to leave before things got messy. Still, Damien remained standing, neither speaking nor leaving, just staring at him. Asta lost his patience and asked, "Aren't you going?" Damien bluntly said, "I'll come with you." Asta annoyedly thought whether he should punch him, but did nothing and barked, then move aside. Suddenly Damien reached out to touch him, asking with concern, "Hey, doesn't that hurt?" Then he cheerfully said, "I'll heal it," as Damien's hand performed magic. Seeing his magic circle, Asta asked in confusion, "What's this?" Damien smiled at his puzzlement and replied, "Magic." Asta thought he had the answer, but one thing made him even more unsettled. "No, this isn't just healing magic. A healing light, some secret technique of the Blander family, the same family once toppled by Declan." His memory hazily recalled this. He remained on guard, telling himself his instincts warned that the filthy, dangerous thing a cleaner like him would avoid had now latched onto him. He unconsciously stared at Damien. A flood of questions filled his head. Why would a Blander child be in the Grey District? At this time, Blander should still be powerful. Not thinking further, he urgently called, "Damien, Damien, huh?" Hearing his name, Damien exclaimed in surprise. Then he beamed and asked him, "You called me?" Asta froze, stunned, and swore under his breath, "Damn." Seeing Damien's clearly different colored eyes, he suddenly snapped awake and pieced a few things together. "I remember now, a Blander bloodline with strange eyes. The monster of the Blander family," he thought, and his mind replayed a shocking scene. Seas of fire, bodies, and the chilling laugh Damien let out when he turned dark, the Mad Butcher who, no matter how many times you kill him, won't die. But right now Damien was an adorable kid, smiling innocently, exclaiming, "Oh, ants." He was intently counting the ants one by one, two, and looking at the scene combined with the memories. Asta couldn't believe it, stunned, snorted, thinking, "Are you kidding me?" A few people in black cloaks rushed toward the light. "Back when I was a cleaner before regression, I was once sent to the Blander family on Declan's orders. In my past life I complained irritably, 'Damn it, if it's the Blanders' business then handle it yourselves, why call us?' The man beside me replied, 'Well, we can't really understand the schemes of the upper class.' Another guy suddenly leapt near him and said he'd heard that in the soft territory there was a monster. Rumor said dozens had died. He frowned and guessed, 'A monster, like not an ogre, right?' But then his expression turned to fear, and then I saw it. Something was ripped in two right before them, not an ogre. The thing was bare to the waist, holding two halves with its hands. It was a human tearing another human apart with bare hands. That monster wore a crazed look, fighting while non-stop casting Soft's exclusive healing magic, laughing as it killed, pure madness. It trampled over the bodies of hundreds. Blanders monster, the Mad Butcher, killing it didn't stop it. A monster with golden and red eyes and a perpetual maniacal grin. Damien von Blander. Back in the present, Damien was squatting and grinning brightly like a bloom. He began to count under Asta's judging gaze. 1, 2. Asta doubted and wondered, "Really?" He stared at Damien full of questions. Why would a legitimate Blander child, the only son of the head, live in such a rundown place? The next moment he stood up and shouted, "Food!" Instinctively Asta blurted, "What?" Damien smiled and added, "Let's eat. My mother says to be healthy you have to eat well. Sickness comes from not eating." Asta silently agreed he was right. He dusted off his pants and stood, still feeling the pain though unpunished by words, and asked, "So, do you have money?" Without hesitation Damien offered a pouch of gold coins. "Here." Asta suddenly slung an arm around him. "Damien?" The boy looked at him curiously. "Huh?" Asta gave a bright thumbs up and suggested, "Let's be friends." "What, just like that?" He shamelessly lifted his chin and continued, "I mean, friend, understand? Friends share what they have." The next second Asta's eyes lit up as he pointed ahead. "Come on, my friend. Let's eat." Damien glittered and echoed, "Friend." Under the sunset sky he suddenly asked, "So what do you have?" Asta replied casually, "Me, I have a friend now." That sounded cool. Night fell at the boarding house tucked among the other dwellings. Asta opened his mouth and let out a loud belch. He rubbed his round belly and exclaimed the meal was really good. After washing his face he felt refreshed. Seeing Damien glancing back and forth, Asta asked, "What are you doing?" Damien replied innocently that he didn't know the place we ate had housing above. He usually slept outside. Only now did he realize having a house is convenient. Asta heard this and only replied absent-mindedly, "Oh, I see." Then the boy suddenly braced both hands on the bed and exclaimed, "Right?" Damien seriously revealed, "I don't have a father either." Asta processed the information for a few seconds, then immediately denied it. "No, you do have one." The boy retorted, "No, I don't." He didn't answer aloud, only thinking, "Don't turn this into a contest of who has it worse." With that thought, Asta quickly changed the subject. "What about you? Do you have a mother?" Damien looked around blankly. "Where? Not here." He banged his forehead helplessly. "If she's not here, then she probably doesn't exist." That way of thinking is a bit harsh. "Now let me assess the situation." Asta asked again, "How long have you been here alone?" After counting quietly, he hesitantly answered, Since I ran away from my family, I've slept 10 times. Hearing that, Asta fell silent for a moment. "Ran away? Are you being hunted? Sleeping 10 times means 10 days, right?" Damien innocently corrected him. "I also take lots of naps," which left him with a head full of question marks. He smiled and held up 2 fingers. "Twice a day, of course, I mean short naps. In total, I've slept 10 times. The more Asta listened, the more puzzled he became. He helplessly guessed, "So it's probably been 3 or 4 days. Damien flopped onto the bed and complained, "But I haven't had a proper sleep since I got here. The ground is too hard to sleep on." Asta suddenly spaced out and glanced upward. Then he turned his head to look at the soft pillow behind him. Asta buried his face in the pillow and shouted, "They're crazy from birth." After venting, he sneaked a sideways glance. "Anyway, while the kid's still stuck in the gray district, I can act as his temporary guardian, and it wouldn't hurt to use this chance to build ties with the Blanders." Damien lay back, eyes closed, muttering that the place was uncomfortable. Asta mentally calculated that this could help later when facing Declan, and powerful families often had many rare books. He suddenly remembered the tragic scene from before. Of course, first I need to deal with something else. 57 grudges carved deep in my chest. With that thought, he sat up and warned, "Damien, I'm leaving, don't cause trouble. If you do, it'll be a big problem." Damien jumped up at that. "Are you practicing breathing exercises?" He replied mechanically, "Yeah, that's right. When I'm done you do it too, I'll wait." The boy cheerfully answered, "Okay, got it." Afterwards, Asta closed his eyes slowly and concentrated. "In my previous life I built my magical foundation with the basic spells given to cleaners," he thought to himself, but the limits were too obvious. Images of him running through the night in his past life surfaced, so I snuck into many noble houses to steal magic. In the dark, shards of glass and spells fell out. I nearly died countless times. Those were the spells I learned that way: night techniques for strengthening the body, summoning spirit forms, alchemy, a bunch of miscellaneous arts. But he suddenly remembered the figure of the man with the cane, right before he died. A cloaked man standing amid layers of storm clouds and lightning. I'd encountered a truly destructive power, and because of that, he vowed to himself, this time for sure. Asta opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, his blue eyes shining with determination. His mouth parted and pursed. "The first magic I must learn is the Declan family's primal art, the root of Declan magic that can absorb all magical attributes." Asta closed his eyes again and breathed evenly. "I once memorized it for study. Now I have a real chance to use it." The breathing technique. Suddenly a fierce flame erupted on his left chest. Asta widened his eyes in pain. It was so hot it felt like magma coursing through him. "Damn it, what is this?" he told himself silently to concentrate. "I have to get it working." But Asta's eyes bulged as he discovered something. On his hand, a distinct stream of mana had risen. Impurities. Where did these come from? Previously, an old man had transmitted mana into a young man. This is a high-level spell, reserved for the pureblood lineages of noble families. A stream of blue mana flowed through Asta, forcing his mana along and burning away all impurities in his meridians. His whole body felt as if immersed in a pool of pure mana, a ritual of cleansing. Asta jolted awake from the trance, sweat pouring down. He sat up, gasping. How long had it been? Damien in the next bed was still sleeping soundly. Asta widened his eyes and looked at his hand. No, more importantly, there were no impurities left in his channels. His mana had been purified, purer than in his past life, maybe even more so. He frowned and looked up, deep in thought. Yet even so, Asta could picture that man's silhouette towering over him, a man who could beat Declan. Even if reborn 100 times, it might still be impossible. Still, he clenched his fist confidently. There was one thing he was sure of. Asta bared his teeth in a proud grin. "My chances have improved. I'm a cleaner. Someone who never gives up even with 0.01% hope." The next morning, a startled voice rang out from the boarding room. "Oh, amazing." Damien, surprised, touched his hair. "My hair turned brown." Asta glanced at him, thinking silently. "Good. The silvery hair that's easy to spot is hidden now. After changing clothes, the Blanders won't recognize him." He calculated inwardly. Now, just one last thing left. Damien happened to ask, "So what do we do next, my friend?" Asta froze, staring at him. Then he turned and smiled, his eyes shining with amusement. Asta uttered 3 crisp words. "Cause a commotion." At the same time elsewhere, someone stretched after last night's sleep. Spotty basked calmly in the morning sun, slept well, and the weather's nice today too. But he suddenly froze and stared straight ahead. Asta and Damien were slowly walking toward Spotty. "That kid. Huh," he started in a taunting tone. "Where'd you run off to? Only showing your face now, and with that look, did you bathe in the sewers?" Spotty, unashamed, shot back. "Who's this kid? He looks rich." Before he finished his sentence, Asta punched him in the gut. When Spotty collapsed unconscious, Asta finally spoke. Looks like I found the right place. You still stand out clearly in my memory. Asta clenched his fist in anger. First, you'll take 123 blows for sure. At that moment, two of his cronies rushed out. What? Spotty, what's going on? In the blink of an eye, the whole gang had assembled. An intruder? Wait, isn't that the kid? Asta grinned, excitedly, familiar faces all around. Truly terrifying. He and Damien both showed strangely sullen expressions. Who knows how far we'll get today? Damien suddenly asked, what game are we playing, my friend? A powerful punch smashed into the young man's face, wrenching his jaw and sending him tumbling backward. Not stopping there, Asta delivered a decisive blow to the stomach of the next attacker, sending him bouncing back and rolling across the ground. Not stopping there, Asta delivered another decisive blow to the stomach of the man who charged, sending him flipping and rolling across the ground. Asta fought freely, throwing punches without sparing anyone. With that whole crowd of council members there, no one could lay a hand on him. Watching from the side, Damien couldn't help but murmur in amazement. Asta tightened his fist, channeling mana into it, clenching harder, then launched a continuous barrage of attacks. Damien's eyes glittered with delight. Marvelous. He was fighting while turning to scold. Damien. Back then people really called it the pinnacle. He let out an "oh" and immediately followed suit, praising, absolutely top tier. Right then, someone knocked out by Asta rolled out unconscious at Damien's feet. He quickly sat down, placed his hands on him, and gently used mana to heal him. It's okay. I'll fix you up. After being tended to, the man regained some composure and mouthed, thank you. But Asta wasn't merciful. He suddenly appeared beside him like a shadow, lifted the man's shirt and asked, how many hits was it? What followed was a dry series of sounds, smack, crack mixed with non-stop wails. They'd been beating him from morning until the late afternoon. So many people kept collapsing, and Asta was still energetic, swinging his fists. One guy tried to slip away and was spotted by him, and immediately got whacked on the backside with a stick, producing a sharp crack. Afterwards, Asta slowly approached and asked, how many times were you hit? He clutched his reddened buttocks and stammered, I lost count. Asta turned and called out, hey buddy. Damien ran over excitedly. Is it my turn? Is it my turn? Asta's voice was casual, as if singing orders. Heal his hands. The young man felt desperate inside. Please stop. He cracked his knuckles, flashed a mocking smile. Listen carefully. You're in the box support role. Got it? Damien stayed cheerful about his support duty. Heal his hands. Heal his hands. The man about to be punished screamed inwardly. Stop, you fiends. I only know 2 digits. It was now nighttime. The full moon hung across the sky, casting a pale light over the rooftops. Below, Asta finished today's revenge duty. Thanks for today. The group lined up neatly and replied, really, thank you. He smiled in satisfaction. Your mana distribution is good. I'm proud. Damien clapped loudly and promised, we're done. Let's play again tomorrow. Asta felt buoyant inside. I'm proud too. I finished over 100 hits per person, totaling over 1,000 blows. Even for me, a seasoned cleaner used to mountain brawls and aerial combat, this was still a new challenge. At that moment, a faint murmur drew him out of his thoughts. The young man, bruised and blotched, rubbed his hands and bowed slightly in a soft voice. Can I go? I think that's enough. Asta nodded slightly in permission. Go on, you can go. He twitched the corner of his mouth in an embarrassed smile. Actually, this is my house. He trailed off, then sighed in a mocking tone. You want us to scram? Asta's hand tightened on his shirt. His face showed strained difficulty as he enunciated each word. That's awkward, isn't it? The young man panicked and hurriedly explained. No, that's not it. We'll leave right away. Without another second's hesitation, they slunk away quickly, Asta's gaze following them. This isn't about grudge. Suddenly sensing something, he turned his head slightly. This is really awkward. Damien, still naive, was still cheerfully waving goodbye. While Asta looked toward the end of the alley, someone was there. A figure descended with fierce ki and that person was approaching. He frowned and analyzed, quick but stealthy, that characteristic feeling like a cleaner. Asta's eyes turned tensely to the person beside him. Thoughts flashed through his head. Probably a pursuer, and the target is Damien. I've been this careful. Yet they still traced the trail. Unbelievable that House Blander would come first. Asta closed his eyes and tried to muster the remaining mana in his palms. With this little mana, casting even one spell would be hard, and close combat even harder. This is bad. He stared, concentrating with a deep gaze. But who am I anyway? Both hands moved slowly, condensing mana. Even as a cleaner, I've never had surplus mana. Not once. I've faced situations like this hundreds of times. A magic circle appeared at each fingertip, gathering mana, compressing it tightly, then compressing it again. The magic condensed into a small spherical orb. This amount should be enough. Without a second's delay, Asta turned his head. He dropped to one knee, adopting a firing stance aimed forward. Where a shadow was racing in, this was my only chance. But then something unexpected happened. As the figure drew near, they suddenly collapsed to their knees. Asta was stunned and bewildered, his eyes wide like a goldfish, full of confusion. The man knelt and slid forward along the ground, crying out pitifully, "Oh my God, young master." He heard that familiar voice and froze. Alfredo. He grabbed the boy and wept miserably. "Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Where did you go? What were you doing?" The poor steward had worried about the young master until he couldn't eat or sleep. Damien, full of disgust, shoved Alfredo's head away. "Let go, I won't be coming back." He wailed again. "Oh heavens, young master, you'd better kill me than leave me." The steward's voice cried out in anguish. "Oh my God, leaving the house? Why would you do that?" Asta watched from behind and couldn't help but sneer in disgust. After a moment, Alfredo grabbed the pouty Damien and tucked him tightly under his arm as he stood. "Please forgive the commotion in front of guests." He regained his polite composure and introduced himself. "I am Alfredo, steward of the Blander family."
Asta responded politely. Yes, imasta.
Alfredo smiled and extended his hand toward him. "It seems young Master Damien is very fond of you. If you don't mind, would you like to come to our family estate with us?" He swallowed and felt an internal struggle begin. Return to House Blander. He started running scenarios through his head. The basic rule of prestigious houses is to avoid what is dirty and to steer clear of what is too lofty. I can't guess what they're really planning. Finally, Asta smirked. But it was fine after all. He'd already intended to approach House Blander. His goal had been set. Luckily, Blander's domain sat on the route to the city, where the Zenion Academy stood, renowned as the pinnacle of Eastern education, its library famed as the best in the East. I planned to build the finest library, so stopping by to take a look wasn't a bad idea. With that thought, Asta nodded and agreed. "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help." Alfredo turned and walked ahead. "I'll prepare the carriage. Please wait a moment." Asta picked up his coat and mused. "I've strayed a bit from the library plan, but good things can be allowed to happen." Under the bright streaked moonlight, he put his clothes back on. "All right. Now let's see if Blander family food is any good." The night sky was beautiful. The full moon hung high, silently casting a layer of pale silver light over everything. After a stretch of road, the carriage stopped before the sprawling mansion. "We've arrived. This is the Blander family estate." Asta stepped down from the carriage calmly, his gait relaxed and steady. He looked up at the building before him, thinking, "It's my first time coming here officially." The Blander family mansion. At the entrance, a long line of people stood in neat, respectful formation. Alfredo bowed slightly and gestured inward. "It's late. Please rest comfortably. Lancy, I'm counting on you." The maid behind nodded. "Yes." She stepped forward, narrowed her eyes and looked down. "Please follow me, young Master Damien." He was sweating but forced a smile. "Lancy." The doors closed as Damien shouted, "I've made a mistake, Lancy." The mansion at night was engulfed in silence. Most rooms had their lights off. On the dim corridor, only the pale moonlight streamed through the window and fell on the stone floor, while Alfredo walked alone in one direction. At a door he knocked lightly a few times. A voice from inside called out, "Come in." Alfredo gently turned the knob. pushed the door, and slowly stepped inside. In the stately, classical room, a woman's voice sounded, "Damien," he bowed in report. "The boy from Black and White District Number 7, I have just brought him back." The chandelier glowed, and after those words the atmosphere fell into an unusual silence. A burst of energy suddenly shot toward Alfredo's face, but he stood calm and didn't move. The woman raised her hand. The magic circle was still active. Black and White District Number 7. Huh? She unleashed a flurry of enraged questions. "Is Damien all right? Is he hurt? If anything happened to my son, even a single hair..." Alfredo spoke reassuringly. "Madam, please calm down and let me explain." After listening through the account, the woman calmed and sat down. "So that's how it was." She withdrew her magic and sighed in relief. "Really? That's a relief." Alfredo stood composed amid the mess and thought to himself, "That's right. What a relief. Good for Madam, and good for whoever dared touch the young master." This woman was Damien's mother, Madame Gamo, once called the Blood Witch, and who could stand against her wrath? That was obvious. If anything concerned her son, what mother could remain calm? A smile spread across her face. "Considering how things ended, it was fortunate after all. You've done well." Alfredo bowed respectfully. "It's nothing. It's my duty, though there is one somewhat unusual thing." Madame Gamo's brow furrowed. "Unusual?" she probed. "You mean the friend the young master befriended this time, Asta, right? Is there something about that friend?" Alfredo's eyes narrowed with a dangerous gleam as he recounted. "He detected my presence even before I appeared. He was ready to counterattack." He recalled the spell Asta had been preparing, the mana condensed into a ring of light swirling around his palm. When he moved closer to inspect its shape, Alfredo was certain. When we faced each other, what that kid held in his hand was a mana bullet. Madame Gamo rubbed her chin in admiration. "Undeniably, that's an astonishing talent, a child with that ability, and from the Black and White District." Suddenly Alfredo's lips moved. His gaze hardened. "Precisely because of that, Madame." His face turned serious. "I dare to make a request." The next morning, sunlight highlighted the mansion's magnificence and grandeur. Alfredo, radiant with excitement, proposed, "Hey, become the heir." Asta had barely opened his eyes when he heard that offer and was left speechless, frozen for a few seconds. Alfredo beamed inwardly. "Surprised, aren't you? But there's no way that kid would refuse a steward of a prestigious house like me. Personally offering this is a life-changing chance for a wandering child. Glory, wealth, fame." But the answer that came from him made Alfredo halt. "No." Alfredo was completely shocked and stupefied. "What?" He looked at Asta, who was nonchalantly picking his ear and pondering life. "Did you just say something, kid? Did I mishear?" Damien peeked in, eyes wide with curiosity, wondering aloud. "Hey, friend, what does damn mean? Thanks so much for nominating me as the Stewart family's heir. But I think I prefer my current life." He bowed slightly as he spoke while covering his mouth with his hand. "Forbid chat, Damien." He glanced. "Again, I'm truly grateful." He couldn't hide his curiosity, but then he understood why the refusal, so that's it. He looked at the two young men and thought to himself. Born in the gray zone, empty-handed since childhood, self-taught magic by talent. Because of forbid chat Damien, the two communicated with their eyes. He glanced down at Damien with a cold look. "I didn't say damn." Damien shot him a resentful glare, insisting, "You did." Watching them, his mind circled. "That must be why you're so arrogant. I get it, I was once anonymous and wild, not knowing my limits." At that, he spoke gently. "Kid, the world is vast." Asta replied plainly, "I know it's not small." Seeing his fearless expression, the man grew impatient. "Right now you might feel like you can do anything, touch the whole world." Contrary to his emotions, Asta stayed calm and spoke as tersely as possible. "Not really." Contrary to his feelings, Asta remained composed and as brief as possible. "Not really." He forced himself to stay calm, wearing a friendly expression and offering an example to make him back down. "Have you heard the tale of the goblin who lives in the mountain pass? That's your situation right now. Born and raised in a canyon, unaware of how frightening the outside world can be. His words seemed to carry weight this time. Asta scratched his ear, utterly unfazed. I think I'm more like a dragon king in the sky. A sharp ripping sound cut through. A stomp dented the ground. This brat knows nothing. His figure began to swell into something colossal. Very well, then I, a steward, will personally show you. His face tightened, angered as if someone had stolen his grain ledger, asserting his authority to frighten him. How vast and terrible this world is. Sunlight gradually streamed into the grand castle. One large, one small, faces cold as stone. They strode into the castle with pride. Everyone in the palace heard the unfamiliar noise at the door and turned to look. Immediately, without being told, everyone lined up neatly and bowed in unison. Greetings, steward sir. Having demonstrated his authority here, he put on a solemn air. Well, what do you think, kid? All of them were about your age, but are the official prodigies of House Blander. You must sense something of it already, after going to such lengths only to be met with his indifference. A caution rose in his thoughts. House Blander is no joke. Asta glanced at the youths standing before him and thought to himself. It's hard to believe they're only teenagers. Their glow may be faint, but it fills the room. But Asta smiled slightly, as if he'd seen through their tricks. Looking into their eyes, they're just a bunch of goblins. He wasn't wrong. Their eyes inspired no goodwill. Asta said to him, Yeah, I do sense something. Hearing that, the man brightened as if he'd struck gold and eagerly asked, So will you accept my offer? Emboldened, he praised Asta to the skies. If you inherit from me, you'll shine like them. No, you'll outshine everyone. Suddenly Asta turned on his heel and replied curtly, like a bucket of cold water to his face. I hate the spotlight. The man was momentarily tongue-tied. Kid, why would you? A hand shot up unexpectedly. Steward, sir. The youth with the mole under his eye stepped forward and smirked, addressing him. An apprentice, do you have something to say? He confidently voiced his opinion. If that kid had truly felt something, he wouldn't have refused the invitation. Given how bluntly he rejected it, I think he still hasn't received enough. Asta looked at him with an unreadable face. With your permission, I'd like to give him an experience. He asked again. You want a match? He shrugged with a smug look. Not necessarily a one-on-one fight. Just let him taste a bit of what magic is. He appraised him from head to toe, thinking arrogant but not bad. Then he turned back with an amused expression and said to him, Kid, what do you think? How about a simple match with that guy? He sank into his own thoughts. I know they see me as a thorn in their side. In his eyes, those people smiled and chatted on the surface but were demons in human disguise underneath. A beggar suddenly popping up from who knows where. They must think that. Asta pointed forward at the man and asked, Can I choose my opponent? Go ahead and try. Hearing that, he decisively pointed at the one who had proposed the idea. You, as if one person weren't enough, he kept pointing at several more, making Alfredo beside him flinch. You and you too. I'll fight all five at once, he said. Just hearing those three words left the five initially smug faces half gone, replaced by surprise and 3 question marks. He flicked his fingers in a provocation. His gaze and voice were colder than ever. Scared? Then die. Although Alfredo was merely an outsider, witnessing that aura made him sweat and feel some caution. His mouth slowly opened. Then he burst out laughing, pleased. Yes, that's the spirit an heir should have. Though satisfied with the attitude, he turned to warn him for safety. Kid, do you dare take responsibility for that? A remark like that is nothing short of insulting House Blander. Asta just smiled and replied, I'll take responsibility. Hearing his affirmation, he quickly set the contest in motion. Good, then begin. 1 minute. If you last 1 minute, I'll give a prize. If not, you'll take responsibility. Hearing the rules, he immediately saw the man's intention. Responsibility likely meant inheriting the steward post. The old man was clearly trying to rope him in. Fine, I'll play. After some preparation, he stood alone in the arena facing the 5, and the crowd around grew thicker. Someone stepped beside Alfredo and asked, But, steward sir, isn't this dangerous? He wasn't worried. Rather, he was certain. That's what gives it value. His stubbornness must be shattered to grow. Even the bystander looked up in surprise. Suddenly he ground his teeth and turned away, eyes squeezed shut, thinking, not good, his eyes had gone white. If I injure the young master's guest, my trainer career will be ruined. When he opened his eyes unexpectedly, he saw Damien and Lancey standing there as well. Seeing that, he leaned down and whispered to Damien, "Young master, the friend in danger is really in trouble, please stop the steward," thinking that might save the situation. But upon hearing it, Damien's eyes lit up and his heart bloomed. Really? Even I am surprised. Seeing that, he slapped his forehead in helplessness. "Oh damn," Lancey beside him warned. "If the young master gets involved, Madame Gamo will rage and drag him away." He folded his arms, pouted, turned his face aside and cursed. Damn it, seeing the match hadn't started for too long, he turned to nudge him. "Trainer, what are you waiting for? Start." Though reluctant, he had to comply. "Yes, understood." Damien was also being given the usual lecture by Lancey. The trainer walked away dejectedly as two silent tears ran down. "Skewed or not, I did my best." The trainer's helpless expression caught Lancey's attention. Suddenly she left, leaving Damien with a warning. "I'll be back soon, don't intervene." As she walked away, the guilty, pitiful look she'd had earlier was replaced by a cunning expression. "All right then." The trainer stood between the sides to explain the match. "Let me explain the rules. The contest will be turn-based." Not satisfied, he cut in from the sidelines. "No, make it a brawl." And though the trainer couldn't do anything about it, he accepted with a shrug. "Fine." Recovering his most neutral expression, the trainer announced, "The format is a free-for-all. The match continues until one side yields. However, the trainer can stop the fight at any time, remember that." With the rules explained, Asta's gaze fixed seriously on his opponents, ready for the coming battle. The five on the other side were just as tense. He clenched his teeth, face full of contempt. "Ragged nobody, maybe the young master and steward pity you, but who do you think you are? We'll crush you and expose your true face to everyone." The trainer's decisive command rang out. "Then begin." No sooner had the trainer finished than one of them took a strike to the gut, tears and spit flying everywhere. He blinked, mouth agape in pain. He glanced back at his teammates behind him. The other four writhed on the floor in agony, little better off. He looked at the one in front of him, his face now showing some hesitation. The demeanor remained the same, those eyes and that smile unchanged. "Looks like I should teach you a few things myself. First, don't underestimate the weak." What caught his eye most was the magic in Asta's hands. He panicked. Magic mana bullets, that's the most basic form of mana control, costly and useless in real combat. Asta's cold voice sounded again. "Second, don't judge others so easily." With a flick of his hand, his magic shot toward the five of them. It struck them squarely in the head, making each cry out in pain. His expression had turned to sheer terror. Third, Asta lunged at him, eyes wide, pressing his face close to his, fists aligned. He said, "The world is vast and bitter," leaving him frozen in place. Then, without hesitation, Asta's punch slammed into his face, sending him flying backward. After finishing him off, he magnanimously warned, "From now on, I'll pour all these experiences into you. Learn properly." After receiving Asta's lesson, he looked utterly ruined from head to toe, clutching one side of his face and screaming, "Crazy, this isn't magic." "It is," Asta said, then planted his foot and stepped back. He delivered another merciless blow that sent the other flying. This was martial magic. The trainer's eyes widened, mouth agape in astonishment. The onlookers all shared the same expression, unspoken but unanimous. On the field, the fight was intensely physical for Asta. His limbs moved relentlessly, grabbing one by the collar, kicking another while he wore a sly smile. Alfredo was surprised by his power, thinking to himself, those were mana bullets thrown 4 or 5 times. Given their force, they must have been compressed at least fourfold. He imagined the scenario if those mana bullets had hit. What if they'd struck earlier? Alfredo remained lost in thought. Truly innate mana control. Not only that, the trainer dashed past him, face beaming as if he'd struck gold. He pictured the demon Asta single-handedly thrashing 5 lesser demons and wondered why he was so skilled at striking. Suddenly a sharp call snapped him back. "Alfredo!" He hurriedly turned toward the source of the shout. Lancy was walking toward him. A few steps in front of her stood Mrs. Gamo. Suddenly he raised his voice slightly. "Mrs. Gamo." Looking out the door and seeing Alfredo speaking privately with Mrs. Gamo, he whispered to himself, "Mrs. Gamo has arrived." Seeing the lifeline arrive, the trainer sniffed miserably as 2 silent tears rolled down his cheeks. He nodded at Lancy. "Mrs. Gamo is here to save us," and she nodded back to reassure the trainer. Mrs. Gamo spoke in a very serious tone. "What happened here?" Not daring to be rude, he bowed and stammered in reply. "I only intended a simple test." She glanced over and asked again. "A test?" Seeing the battlefield he'd set out and, better yet, catching him grabbing someone by the collar, she said, "You call this a test?" He was concentrating on something when a familiar authoritative voice called, "Damien," making him start and feel a pang of guilt. Finally she ordered, "First, gather the students and have them withdraw." He placed a hand on his chest, bowed and agreed. She gave Damien his own order. "Damien, go back to your room first." He dropped his sly look. Now facing his mother, he scratched his head and put on an innocent, guilty-free expression. Asta was no exception, she said. "You too, Asta, return to your room." She stepped up to the trainer and said, "Trainer Runfit." He looked down, sweat beading on his face. Runfit answered, "Yes, Mrs. Gamo, I did my best." For words from her, "You are dismissed," which left him stunned in disbelief. "What?" In the grand hall, Mrs. Gamo's voice rang out. "Alfredo." "Yes, madam," he replied. Holding a teacup, she said to the steward, "I understand your intention, but this time you went too far." He bowed earnestly. "I apologize, madam. I accept any punishment." She set her teacup down, however. She asked, "I've heard Asta sparred with the students. Did Damien assist him?" He answered calmly, "No, he was alone. It's just..." At the crucial point he paused, prompting her to ask, "Just..." He recalled with great pride and satisfaction that the boy's punching was extraordinarily good. Startled as if remembering something, he said, "Ah, right, about the mana bullets I mentioned earlier. He used them in today's sparring as well." His voice dropped. More dangerously, he compressed them 4 or 5 times, increasing their power tremendously. That proves. From his words, she began to piece things together. He has excellent mana control. Even though I didn't see it myself, a single mana bullet defeated all 5 students. She recalled seeing him standing upright while those he had struck writhed in each corner of the room. She thought even a high-level mage would find pure mana handling extremely difficult with just 1 shot. She asked further about the inheritance offer. He answered frankly that the boy had refused outright. Hearing that, she raised her teacup and said to him, "I understand." After sipping her tea, she thought, "Perhaps I need to reassess Asta and consider him more carefully." Then told the steward, "Call Asta here." A moment later, when the door opened, he strode in boldly. On the sofa, Damien was puffing his cheeks and wide-eyed with a pastry. Seeing him, he raised a hand to greet him. Beside Damien, Mrs. Gamo smiled warmly and said, "Asta, you're here, sit down." Sitting down, he got straight to the point. "I heard you were summoned here, is that right?" But before that, she took out a box and pushed it toward him. He looked at the box and said, "This is I've heard Alfredo promised to give him a gift." He tried to reload the information. What was that? Asta remembered that before he entered the match, Alfredo had said if someone could hold out for a minute he'd give a gift. What surprised him was how quickly it arrived, and that Mrs. Gamo herself had prepared it. She kept her friendly smile and told him, "You can open it." He took the box and slowly opened it. As soon as the lid came off, a light shone from inside. "What is this?" Inside was a golden gem, which surprised him. A high-tier item even in the Blander family. Only students who joined the top 5 mage divisions receive such a thing. He glanced at Mrs. Gamo suspiciously. "I'm not sure normally kindness goes as far as a meal. If there's a gift, there must be some intent." If it were a wager prize, a mid-tier gift would make sense, but this is high tier. She looked suddenly as if she realized something. Ruffling the boy beside her, she said, "You can accept it without worry. You helped Damien in the gray area earlier. And this gift is also an apology for what happened today." Even after she said that, he still doubted and asked, "Wait, if I take this, do I have to join Blander?" She remained very friendly. "No," he pressed on, asking, "Or is it poisoned?" Her brows knit slightly and her mouth twitched, but she forced herself to restrain it. "No," he said. "So there's absolutely no conditions attached?" "That's right, no conditions at all." Hearing that, he no longer hesitated and took it. "Then I'll accept." He closed the box and said, "Thank you. Really, there's nothing else." Damien reached for a pastry on the table. Just looking at the item in the box, his eyes lit up and he was already salivating. Nice. An unexpected bargain. Before he could celebrate, she said, "Also," only then did she bring up her proposal. "I have something to propose to you, Asta." His face turned serious and cold again. "I know." She patted her son's head. "Asta," with a very pleasant expression, she said, "I'll arrange for you to enroll in the academy. Would you like to study there alongside Damien?" The question made Damien, who had initially paid no attention, look up at his mother. He asked, "The academy?" She explained, "Actually, Damien should have enrolled last year." She looked at her son with a sad gaze. "He resisted strongly, so it was postponed until this year. I didn't expect he'd run away." Damien kept eating his pastry nonchalantly, turning his face away as if to ignore it. She proposed, "So I'm asking you, Damien is very fond of you." Damien added a line, "As long as I have a friend going with me, I'll agree." He considered and gradually understood her intent. It made sense. With Bianca, it's a whole problem. She's afraid that if Damien is forced to enroll, he'll run away again. He imagined Damien stubbornly running off. "No way, I'm not going." And there's no clear way to change his mind. It seemed the proposal didn't hurt him. Of course, it was also a good opportunity. The academy is a good place. In a world revolving around bloodlines and connections, academic ties hold considerable value. He ground his teeth. "Sounds good, but it feels like being chained by the neck." He said, "I'll think about it." "Understood, let me know when you decide." "By the way, this is unrelated, but I'm curious," she said, surprising him a bit. Seizing the moment, she asked, "Why did you decline Alfredo's inheritance offer?" He glanced at the door behind him. He gave a sly, mischievous smile. "Well, my knees are valuable too," he said. His answer left her puzzled. "What?" Outside, Alfredo was pressing his ear to the door, trying to eavesdrop on what was happening inside her. At a certain manner, just as dawn was breaking, Asta parted his lips and exhaled a breath of cold air. He sat cross-legged on the bed practicing magic, thinking, "I get it, this is a treasure domain. Even though I only absorbed 10%, my mana increased so much." Asta suddenly opened his eyes and glanced downward. It was because my physique had transformed into one bearing the fire star mark. The hand resting on his thigh was wrapped in mana. Normally absorbing a domain causes depletion, but here there was none at all, exceeding my expectations. Asta calmly looked toward the window. After all, the academy, I had been thinking about it for so long, but perhaps the answer was already decided. Outside the window, the sky was growing light. If I enroll in the academy, finding backing will be much easier and it brings many advantages. But he turned away with a sigh, feeling like he'd be walking straight into a trap. Maybe I should take a walk. With that thought, after a while, Asta stepped out of the room and closed the door. Suddenly someone spoke, making him look over. "Are you the one called Aster?" A platinum-haired man leaned against the wall, staring at Asta. Meanwhile, he was silently assessing him. "Platinum hair, true bloodline, belongs only to Damien, so what branch is this from? Why is this family always so troublesome?" A few minutes later, Asta finally spoke flatly. "No." "What?" The platinum-haired man jumped. "You say no." He rubbed his chin in bewilderment. "Ash-gray hair, eyes with a hint of displeasure, it's all you, right?" In an instant, his whole body stiffened and a red cross mark appeared. "Look at this guy." Asta suddenly pointed to his head. The hair color can change depending on the light. The next second he put on an elegant, sparkling expression. Look into these eyes, how can they be called displeasing? The platinum-haired man curled his lip and looked at Asta with a judging gaze. But then he turned away. In my eyes his look seemed gentler. Sorry for the misunderstanding. I'll be going now. Just then Alfredo suddenly jumped out from somewhere shouting, Hey, young man, no. Asta, I'm here to explain the misunderstanding. I couldn't talk to you last night and I tossed and turned all night. He kneeled on the ground crying without stop. Even as a steward, there's no need to kneel until your knees are torn, it's just a misunderstanding. Asta stared blankly down at Alfredo kneeling at his feet, then stiffly turned his eyes toward the departing platinum-haired man. At some point he had stopped and was glaring at Asta. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn it! Then the platinum-haired man shouted, Those eyes, I knew it, yeah. Those unlucky eyes are like death on a knee. Not something you see every day. Asta, exasperated, admitted helplessly, Fine, you caught me. He angrily pointed at him. Look, how dare you lie to me so brazenly? The platinum-haired man gritted his teeth and threatened, I will. But at that moment he caught Alfredo's dagger-sharp eyes. The platinum-haired man immediately fell silent and irritably looked away. Finally he turned and said stiffly, I'll let you off today, but later come to the demon hall and find me, I will fix your attitude. Asta calmly replied, Fine. After he left, Alfredo asked gently, Is everything okay? He closed his eyes and smiled. It's nothing. Asta suddenly gave a disdainful smile and scoffed. Actually, that was perfect timing because I wasn't in a good mood. He watched the platinum-haired man's retreating back and vowed silently, I'll deal with him later. Then Asta suddenly called out, Alfredo, steward. He smiled faintly and asked, May I see the lady now? Not long after, when it was brighter, still at that manner, Gamo was poised with a pen over a blank sheet. Welcome, Asta. She closed her eyes and smiled gently. So, you want to see me this early? Could it be you've already decided? The moment Gamo looked up, Asta replied, Yes, madam. He stood respectfully before her and continued, I will enroll in the academy. Gamo widened her eyes in surprise at his answer. She quickly smiled to hide her earlier fluster. What a surprise, you decided so quickly. Asta returned her smile. Very well, then we must prepare at once. Gamo didn't forget to advise him. In the meantime, rest comfortably. Asta bowed slightly and replied, Thank you for your concern, madam. Then Asta's figure disappeared from the room and the door closed. But afterwards Alfredo suddenly peeked in through the door. As he stepped in he spoke softly, Madam. Luckily he agreed. The next moment Alfredo became visibly excited. Just as expected, that's the spirit of youth, passion, a fire burning in those eyes. I knew it. Gamo looked at him with deadpan eyes as he put on his act. Alfredo suddenly pointed with bright eyes. The first term is fine. I'll cover the costs. But what about the second term? He imagined the notice and Asta's worried face when he read it, a drifter from the gray-black region. How could he possibly pay such huge tuition? He would feel anxious. Why? Because he'd want to study more. In Alfredo's fantasy, he would reach out his hand to the boy, and in that instant, Alfredo envisioned himself appearing with angel wings and a pile of gold. A saving hand would appear, none other than my sponsorship, Alfredo. At that, Gamo finally couldn't stand it and said, Alfredo, you're too noisy. He jumped and apologized. Sorry, I got carried away. Since it's near mealtime, I'll head to the kitchen first. Gamo quietly watched him leave and then closed the door. She helplessly closed her eyes and sighed. I understand why Alfredo is so excited. He's been rejected many times and finally has a chance. Then Gamo suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a cold, sharp gaze. She thought to herself, in that sense this academy proposal is nothing but a crude trick. But the reason Alfredo is so confident. Gamo couldn't help but shake her head. Perhaps it's because he himself was deceived by a steward in the previous generation in a similar way. Meanwhile, Alfredo was merrily trotting down the corridor. Alfredo, poor soul. As for Asta, he was leisurely walking down the stairs. Suddenly Asta looked up ahead. In front of him stood a towering spire, the magic tower. That branch member was here. With that thought, he hesitantly stepped into the tower. Suddenly, a cloaked figure appeared and asked, "What brings you here?" He hesitated to answer, thinking to himself, "Right, I don't even know his name." After that, Asta could only use gestures and words to describe the appearance of the platinum-haired man. The cloaked man understood and reached out his hand. "Just in time, I've been waiting for you. This way, please." He led the way ahead, yawning as he walked. Stopping before a door, he said, "You can enter from here." Before he left, the cloaked man reminded him, "Remember to bow when you open the door." Asta then slowly pushed the door and stepped into the pitch-dark room. A pile of papers and fine dust hit his face in an instant, so that's what he meant by bowing. Asta couldn't help coughing violently when someone suddenly spoke. "You are Aster." The person stepped out holding a candle at a leisurely pace. "Pleased to meet you." In the candlelight, Henzi revealed a sinister smile. It felt ominous. "You've come looking for my younger brother?" Asta heard that and was puzzled. Younger brother? He thought to himself, this guy is his older brother. One night, the previous life protagonist knelt on one knee in a high place. "If there's anything I learned from infiltrating magic research institutes as a cleaner," he coldly cast his eyes downward. Where he was headed was the courtyard of some building that's characteristic of those Mage research institutions. The tables were piled with papers. People looked exhausted, the sort I collectively call the pen pounders. One young man, horrified, grabbed his hair. First stage. Thinning hair from constant pulling. It won't grow back. He rubbed his chin, calculating silently, breaking it down into stages. One man wore a hood. Stage 1. Deny the baldness by covering your head with a cloak. Another exposed a patch of shaved scalp. Stage 2. Give up and let it show. There was another with a completely shaven head. Stage 3. Shave off the remaining hair. Finally, the crazy ones cast all kinds of spells. The final stage, stage 4, researching how to make the impossible possible, magic that grows hair. Nobody has succeeded yet. Back in the present, Asta assessed Henzi in front of him. This one was different. Meanwhile, Henzi poured tea and leisurely said, "First, let me apologize." Henzi recounted calmly. "He's the youngest son, spoiled too much, but I didn't expect him to be so rude and insolent to a guest." Asta sat dumbfounded, listening to every word. Henzi kept a polite smile while Asta thought to himself, "He is quite hairy and still young." Asta suddenly spoke up. "You probably work at a magic research institute." He admitted without hesitation, "That's right. I'm currently the vice director, please have some." He lifted the teacup and took a sip. Vice director at this age? A noble house like Blando wouldn't appoint that position based on bloodline alone. That meant his ability was well earned. Henzi smiled and suddenly noticed Asta's expression. He closed his eyes and spoke profoundly. "Aster, you're truly unusual. You don't seem like one of those drifters from the Grey District at all." Hearing that, he could only give an awkward smile. Probably so. Inside he thought, damn it, if he'd been on guard when he entered it would have been much easier. But instead he smiled so kindly. Asta watched Henzi drinking tea and remarked, "Our personalities match." Suddenly Henzi said, "Oh, you've been invited to enroll at Xenion Academy, right? Congratulations." He forced a brief smile in response. Henzi began to elaborate. "It will be a great opportunity. There's much to learn. Actually, I'm also a former Xenion student, class 145. Asta thought, pulling a sudden alumni connection like that. He rubbed his head and chuckled. "Sorry, I got carried away when I heard you're entering Xenion. Anyway, let's get straight to the point." Hearing that, he was skeptical. "The main issue?" Henzi set the teacup down and continued. "Beforehand, there's one thing I want to confirm." He smiled coldly and looked straight at Asta, asking, "Are you willing to risk your life for a friend?" Asta furrowed his brow in confusion. "What?" Henzi suddenly summoned a book with magic, the fate of the Blando family hung by a thread. "Are you willing to sacrifice your life?" He set it down before Asta's surprised eyes. "I will give you this book." Asta inwardly gasped. It was a thick tome wrapped in a glow of mana, the Blando family's core secret technique, the Holy Lumen healing scripture. At the same time, in a certain greenhouse, Gamo quietly trimmed the shrubs of newly bloomed flowers. Suddenly, the scissors in her hand froze midair. Gamo looked up and then let out a sigh. She thought to herself that Damien's enrollment, the thing that had given her headaches, had finally been sorted without incident. At least one worry less. Outside in the blue sky, a flock of birds spread their wings and flew. Aster, that child, is a true friend. Gamo recalled Asta's image just now. Good talent and a fine character. Alfredo said he can be reckless at times, no? Bold, but who isn't at that age? She closed her eyes and smiled gently. What I like most is, the image of Damien happily beside Asta immediately appeared. Even knowing Damien's background, he maintained a steady attitude, not flattering at all. Gamo rolled her eyes and thought. He's different, precisely why he's worth keeping close, but also for that reason. A white bird flapped into the sky while its cage swung wide open. He will belong nowhere, like a free bird. She exhaled sharply. There are many ways to keep someone by your side, and I'll gradually consider those methods. Just then, Asta's troubled face appeared. Can't let such a talent slip away. For Damien's future. He looked at the book before him, still stunned, hand over the Blando family's secret scripture. Asta coldly raised his eyes. What exactly is he hiding? Yet Henzi's blue eyes remained calm as ever, transparent, pure. Perhaps that's why. A gentle smile lingered on his face. I could not read him. Asta frowned in irritation. Whether good or evil, emotions usually show in one's eyes, but he revealed nothing, like an unconcerned assassin, so to speak. Now he was smiling with his eyes nearly closed, and Asta kept speculating that he wore a mask so complete even he might not know who he really was. Then Henzi spoke up. I'm not saying this for fun, don't rush your answer just for the reward. Asta sneered. I'll give you my answer. He told himself inwardly that he understood now, and the unease faded. Asta smiled lightly and said, I refuse. His answer made Henzi widen his eyes in surprise. He casually crossed his legs and continued. You and I come from the same muck, so no need for pretenses. Fine, if you have questions, ask them. Asta folded his arms arrogantly. If I can do it, I will. If not, I won't. Henzi no longer kept that smile. Just hearing it could cost a life. If after hearing the offer you refuse, I'm afraid I'll have to kill you, Aster. He glared back defiantly. Then kill me, I've died once already. Am I supposed to die a second time? As soon as he finished, Asta rolled his eyes and reconsidered. Oh no, I'm actually the one who would die twice, right? In the next second, a violent whirlwind suddenly rose up. A surge of mana radiated from Henzi, sending the papers in the room flying everywhere. The teacup on the table trembled violently. Henzi narrowed his brow deeply and unleashed a powerful surge of mana. He directed that flow of mana toward Asta, who remained calmly seated in his chair. But Henzi suddenly snorted and laughed aloud. He withdrew the mana, rubbing his head. That's unbearable, Aster. You've already passed the test. Henzi paused briefly, then continued. I'll be frank. I need someone I can trust, but absolutely not someone from the Blando family. Hearing that, Asta frowned and thought to himself that he had almost thrown a full-strength punch at first. He grinned and admitted, to be honest, I don't expect much. Those drifters from the Gray District are just what they are. The young master is still too young. Maybe he lacks the eye for people. Images of Gamo and Damien flashed before him. As for the lady who dotes on the young master yet wouldn't let a drifter near him, I thought there must be something going on, and at that moment, Asta spoke up to finish what was left unsaid. My younger brother caused a scene with a guest, right? Henzi was silent for a moment, then said, Aster, choose speak casually or formally, one of the two. He replied with some indifference. Fine, go ahead. He forced a cough. Anyway, it served as a convenient pretext. If my younger brother picked a fight with your younger sibling, then I, as the elder, would summon you to talk. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it? He raised an eyebrow, thinking it made sense. But a vice director of a magic research institute really need to use his brother as an excuse to summon someone? Something felt off. Henzi, as if reading his doubt, continued. Yes, you're right, it's hard for me to step forward openly. Don't misunderstand. This isn't internal conflict. The Blando family is very united. He suddenly stopped, and the smile on his lips died away. Henzi admitted gravely, It's just that I'm under surveillance by the Deculin family. Asta couldn't help but be suspicious. What? Deculin? He asked directly why. Henzi answered immediately. You said you don't fear death, so I'll be blunt, I'll tell you everything, though I don't intend to kill you. Henzi's next sentence made Asta widen his eyes in surprise. Actually, right now I'm researching the Deculin's Tianyuan technique, but it seems I've been discovered. Then he laughed and explained. You know the Tianyuan technique, it's a secret only the Deculin bloodline can master. I happened to seize it from one member, but Asta raised a hand to cut him off. Wait, Asta glared at Henzi and probed. Someone who should have been dead long ago, why are they still alive? If Blando is researching it, they'd naturally research countermeasures too, right? Henzi laughed and replied. You know well Deculin are indeed reckless. If I were only researching countermeasures, even I, as vice director, would have found a way to kill them already. But as you see, I intended only countermeasures at first. The deeper I dug, the more I realized something else. He finished and narrowed his eyes, asking, Can't you see it? The image of Farin and the spellbook suddenly appeared. The Tianyuan technique, which was regarded as the root of all Deculin techniques. Henzi grew so excited he gripped the fabric at his chest. There might still be supplementary methods to make that seemingly perfect technique even more flawless. He bluntly confessed, I couldn't stop Asta. You must understand how I feel, right? Meanwhile, Asta glared speechless, thinking, my God, this guy isn't just crazy, he's severely insane. Henzi stressed each word. I couldn't stop Asta. You understand my feeling, don't you? Asta's mind filled with suspicion. This guy isn't merely crazy, did he really study that thing within his own family? He still couldn't grasp the real reason. Wait, then the timing fit perfectly. In the previous life, when the Deculin family wiped out the Blandos, the whole affair revolved around Henzi's research into the Tianyuan technique, the new Tianyuan technique. Asta recalled what he could. Pahiran, that bastard, had gambled the entire fate of the Deculin to crush the Blandos over this. He realized the truth from the start, right from the beginning. He had seen the potential in the new Tianyuan technique. Asta began to piece together the reason. That was why he was so terrifyingly powerful. Deep in thought, he was suddenly called Asta. He looked up and refocused. Henzi, his voice laced with suspicion, asked, Do you regret it? It did need a larger scale. Asta scratched his head wearily and wondered, Never mind, so why did you seek me out? He brought up his own issue. First, I haven't reported my research on the Tianyuan technique to the family. Hearing that, Asta inferred that the Blando family must have planted spies somewhere, but he couldn't find them. He narrowed his eyes and went straight to the point. If the secret was exposed, wouldn't you suspect someone, say, the secretary? Henzi sipped his tea and affirmed, Probably not. More precisely, it has more to do with the collection route. Asta continued to speculate that if they could trace that collection route, then someone must have deliberately leaked the security plan. He agreed. Exactly the moment we realized our traces were exposed, we deployed a counter-security plan to deal with it. I don't want to die either. Asta sneered and offered another option. Wouldn't it be easier to side with the Deculin? They would definitely welcome you. He calmly confirmed, Fine. Assume I have personal reasons. Then Henzi laid out a request. Anyway, Asta, since you're not directly tied to the family, I need you to handle this in secret. He let the documents drift away. In truth, this research is a joint project. But my portion hasn't progressed well. Henzi held them and assured him, I'll make sure you're rewarded appropriately. Then he slid the papers forward with instructions. Deliver this thesis to Professor Farron at the Zenion Academy. Along with the condition, Henzi added, Afterward, I'll grant you the radiant therapy technique. Asta curled his lips in a satisfied smile. This is my chance. He immediately nodded in agreement. Fine. Asta stepped closer and added a demand. I accept the radiant therapy technique, but I also want the complete new celestial origin technique later. Only then will we truly be allies in the same boat, right? Let's raise the stakes one more time. Henzi, sounding exasperated. Asta, you really have no shame. He cut straight to the point. Just answer yes or no, otherwise I won't accept. Finally he agreed. Fine, the new celestial origin technique, the name doesn't matter. You haven't learned the origin technique yet, so it's useless now. but later I'll give you the completed version. Hainsey smoothed his hair and added, however, I also have one condition. He anticipated that until this thesis is finished, I may need your help. Aster, I hope you'll extend a hand then if we're in the same boat. The least you can do is that, right? He didn't hesitate to agree. That's not a problem. If it's about the thesis, I'll help though, by the way, I can't read. Then Asta took the stack of documents. But suddenly Hainsey spoke up. Joking aside, you're not only brazen but also dull. At that, he wondered intensely. So, Professor Farron, is he trustworthy? Hainsey boasted with great pride. From student days to his time as a teaching assistant, he and I always fought for first and second place. Unfortunately, the rivalry ended when I returned to the Blando family. Asta privately thought. In any case, I'm still the superior one, or is that just my delusion? He felt extremely annoyed. Professor Farron, this world really is doomed if the Academy has another madman like that. On a moonlit night by the castle, books and letters lay scattered and tossed about. Asta glared at the mess in irritation and stuffed everything into his space pocket to avoid being noticed, but why bring so much? Suddenly he noticed one letter. Asta opened it and read the contents inside. To my close friend Aster. He squinted in contempt. What an ass. The writer trusted Asta deeply. I have selected the grimoire essentials you must master for the future. I've listed a curriculum below. Study diligently to sharpen your intellect to match your stature. The letter ended with a signature. Your friend, Hainsey von Blando. Asta marveled. This truly is a fine gift. Then he picked up a book. Asta silently admired the arranged curriculum spanning from basic to advanced magic. He's truly a genius, and also a lunatic. Then he grinned with delight. Good. Asta slammed the paper and pen down onto the table. He busied himself writing a few lines. Sponsorship list, Hainsey von Blando. He turned to the stack of books and calculated carefully. Let's see, aside from the radiant therapy technique and the new celestial origin thesis, there are about 132 volumes. Placing the radiant therapy holy text in the tower for everyone to see is another matter. I'll have to discuss that with Damien later. Asta recalled and nodded with satisfaction. You can call that a friend's privilege. Only then did he glance down and realize that the 132 books Hainsey gave him weren't just 132 separate volumes, they formed a unified system. Asta understood the mechanics clearly. If that system exists, anyone who wants to learn magic can build a foundation. He prepared a new plan. Yes, before I only thought of storing the books in the tower, but now it's different. In an old tower at night, it would become the tower's identity, a place that grants knowledge to those who hunger for it. Asta eagerly awaited the results, an unexpected harvest. Hainsey stood by the window thinking. At first, if he proved useful, I'd let him transfer the thesis. If not, I'd use him and discard him. He drew back the curtain and admitted, but Aster, he's an interesting one. Hainsey grinned strangely. Moreover, he remembered Asta's expression. Kill him whether he dies once or twice, what does it matter? Hainsey clutched his stomach and burst into choking laughter. Kill him? Does he really want me to kill him? It was only a threat to test him, but on second thought, I have no reason not to kill him. He was now somewhat more guarded. But that light, he wasn't just talking. He truly didn't care about dying. The more Hainsey thought about it, the more intrigued he became. So different from those pigs, truly interesting. He began to value Asta highly. Sure, he hid many things, but isn't that better? I found an ally who can stand beside me and look the same way. And he even craves the results of my research. It's a refreshing feeling. One important issue bothered him, though. Could it be true that he really couldn't read? Hainsey still showed strong doubt. No way, definitely not. Sunlight streamed through the castle. Asta rolled up his sleeves and prepared. A large bag appeared in the corner. An announcement came through. Lord Aster, it's time to depart. A suitcase was carried up. A girl came to brief them. When you arrive at the academy, there will be a few simple paperwork procedures. By the way, the young master and Lord Aster are both exempt from the entrance exam. She turned back, her face breaking into a smile. Someone praised. Even so, you really look like a proper academy student now. It suits you well. He nodded. Thank you. She led the way and ordered, let's go. Asta's mind was in turmoil. Exempt from the exam? Truly a prestigious family, it's like being directly recruited. In any case, he wouldn't complain about being exempt. Suddenly a shout rang out. Comrade. Damien waved excitedly. Hurry up. Come on. Gamo added a few words of advice. Damien, give him some freedom, and Asta obediently nodded yes. She sincerely prayed. This is a great opportunity. One truly hope you achieve good results. Asta smiled. Thank you. Then he slowly walked away. The result I want, of course, that's my plan. He had set a goal for himself. The greatest academy in the Eastern continent. Zenayon, countless patrons awaited him there, and he would seize them all. At that moment Asta was filled with anticipation. Just you wait, you fools. No, classmates, I'm coming. The carriage began to roll slowly along the dusty dirt road. Inside the cabin, Damien's eyes shone with excitement like a child, glued to the window as he stared outside. By contrast, Asta remained his usual composed self. He gently closed the book in his hands and said, I see. Thoughtfulness flickered in Asta's eyes. Henzi truly is an exceptional mage. The basic principles of magic are simple, but the interpretations are endless. He pictured it in his mind, using water as an example. To one person it is the water of life, the beginning of growth, but to another it is the water of disaster, like floods that sweep everything away. In short, differences lie in perspective. Even with the same principles, noble houses develop differently depending on how they perceive things. Now, after reading all the grimoires in the side space, Asta could clearly sense that he could deduce that Henzi's curriculum is connected to the celestial origin technique of the Deculan family. At that moment Damien's voice pulled Asta out of his thoughts. Hey buddy, look over here. His face lit up with delight. We're here. Before them, the Zenayon Academy rose against the pale blue sky, its massive gate carved with a dignified crest and ivory-colored walls stretching with a touch of classical style. The carriage sped along the paved road, leaving a veil of dust swirling behind. Asta glanced out with mild surprise. So this is Zenayon Academy. Lancy, who sat beside them, finally spoke. The carriage only brings you this far. According to the teachings of the great sage, the first headmaster, during the entrance ceremony all students must walk on foot, regardless of status. She smiled and offered a blessing. We'll part here, have a good matriculation ceremony, and may you gain valuable lessons. After delivering the two, the carriage moved back, and Damien waved cheerfully in farewell. Suddenly he grabbed Asta's arm and urged, Buddy, we have to hurry. Damien was brimming with excitement. Lancy warned that if they were late there might not be any seats left, leaving Asta puzzled. Before he could process it, Damien dragged him along. What the hell? The entrance ceremony isn't a village theater where the first to arrive claims the best seats. Asta suddenly remembered something. Wait, did Lancy really say that? She must have prepared that excuse so Damien wouldn't dawdle. In the end he decided to let it go. Fine, I'll let it slide this time. She is straightforward, but not shameless. It's definitely not just for convenience. Inside the hall, the opening ceremony was underway. Everywhere was a buzz of lively noise. Other students had already taken their seats, chattering and beginning to acquaint themselves. Light streamed through the glass panes, spreading across the space and reflecting off the podium at the room's center. Around it rows of seats rose from low to high, forming a solemn, orderly scene. Damien's eyes widened as he looked around, exclaiming excitedly at how many people there were. He scanned everything like a child, so thrilled he didn't notice drool at the corner of his mouth. Lancy was right. If they'd been late there would be no seats, while Asta held his head in exasperation. No, that's not it. He slipped his hand into his pocket and rummaged for something. Then he pulled out a piece of paper, skimmed it, and looked around. Let's see, Class M3, seats 11 and 12. As he was still searching for the seats, Damien approached nervously and asked, Can we sit over there? If I don't sit now, I'm afraid we'll lose our spots. Asta calmly reassured him. Wait a moment. A sudden pang of annoyance crossed his mind. My God, weren't you the one who insisted you didn't want to enroll before? Why are you so excited now? Suddenly Damien wasn't paying attention, bumped into someone, and fell flat to the floor. He looked up in confusion. In front of him stood a large, burly student, his face dark as he glared down. He narrowed his eyes and said irritably, What's this about? Asta stepped forward to help Damien up. You okay? He scratched his head sheepishly and smiled brightly. I'm fine. After getting up, Damien turned to walk away, waving his hand and wearing an apologetic smile. I just bumped into you absent-mindedly. Sorry. Not a few steps later, the student he'd bumped called out in a deep voice, Wait, he held up his soiled sleeve and demanded, "What did you just get on my coat?" Asta looked at the smear and recognized it instantly. Drool. It seemed like the brat of some noble family, and in this situation, Damien would. Before he finished thinking, Damien eagerly stepped forward, licked a bit of spit onto his hand, then bent down and rubbed the stain on the student's knuckles. "Sorry? I'll clean it for you." He was still excited, boasting proudly like showing off a feat. "See, the more I rub the shinier it gets. I'll keep polishing until it gleams." The big student's face darkened further, his jaw twitching with anger. Seeing that expression, Asta sighed inwardly. This is going to turn into a fight. Rage peaked and he swung a heavy fist at Damien, roaring, "Let go of me, you idiot." The student ground his teeth and spat each word out. "Hey, you pupil, I think you're mistaken." The punch seemed aimed at Damien, but at that moment another hand reached out to block it. It turned out Asta had stepped up in time to stop the blow. Better to halt it here. The student scowled, forcing down the rising fury. "Who are you?" He opened his mouth to say, "I am," but Damien quickly butted in, "My friend." Asta took over. "Yes, a friend." The student wrenched his hand free from Asta's and sneered, "His friend? Huh, what a good friend. Rare to take a hit for someone else. But today you'll regret that choice." He let out a soft sigh. "It seems getting along with classmates from day one is impossible." Asta rubbed the back of his neck and accepted quietly. "Fine, you don't want to talk. Then we'll settle it without words. I understand." The incident quickly drew attention. "What's going on? It looks like a fight." A group of students gathered to gawk and started whispering. "Who is that? The big guy looks like he belongs to the Delampy bloodline, and I don't recognize the other two." They sized up the force and height of the three and guessed, "Who do you think will win?" "Probably the Delampy kid. I heard the new son from that house is pretty fierce." One guy suddenly pushed forward, speaking a bit loudly. "Hey, you guys are joking, right?" He challenged. "There's already a fight happening and you just stand there watching?" Another timidly asked, "Should we stop them?" A third student agreed, "Yes, before things get completely out of hand." But the interrupter just pointed and said, "Stop them? How could they fight then?" He signaled the others to step back and clear a space. "Make room, that gray-haired kid is a mage." Set up a barrier around them. Immediately, a circle of surrounding students began casting spells, mana flaring brilliantly. In an instant, a luminous barrier layer covered the whole area, magical glyphs spinning and floating in the air. A large crowd gathered to cheer. "Hickster, go! I'm betting on you 3 snack tokens." "I bet 2, I bet 3 idiots. Only underdogs are worth betting on." In a corner where no one paid attention, a student simply stood with his arms crossed and watched. He curled his lips slightly, smiling in a way full of meaning. Inside the barrier, the Delampy student hunched his shoulders, slapped his forearms together aggressively and introduced himself. "I'm Hickster, the second son of the Delampy family." He lowered into a fighting stance, raw mana radiating from him, his sharp gaze fixed on Asta and Damien. "What's your name?" Asta calmly loosened his tie and replied, "I don't have noble blood like you, just consider me a passerby." Hearing that, Hickster sneered with contempt. "Not noble, huh? No matter, you're a mage. A cramped place like this must be a disadvantage for you, so I'll be generous and let you strike first." His voice rang out tauntingly. "Come on then." At first Asta looked slightly surprised. Then he curled a smile. "This guy sure talks a lot." Decisively, Asta yanked his tie free in provocation. "You said you didn't want to talk, yet you keep jabbering. Scared, are you?" Those words poured fuel on the fire. Hickster trembled with anger. He stamped his foot hard and surged forward, snarling an oath. "You bastard." Hickster's charge cut through the air. He closed in on Asta quickly, but Asta remained utterly composed. He swung a powerful fist, but Asta nimbly blinked and leaned aside to dodge the blow. Hickster grew even more furious, veins bulging on his face. But before he could react, Asta's voice came slow and measured. "There's one more thing I haven't told you." Then he dropped his stance, tightened his fist as mana converged violently, his voice emphasizing, "Not one person, but 2. With that, a punch landed squarely on Hickster's face, making him spit blood. Hickster's large body lurched and toppled backward. Asta surged forward with an iron punch. Hickster silently watched and assessed, realizing Damien outside was also part of the fight, not one. but 2. I'm ready to take a hit from that mage. Hickster was hit in the face and blood sprayed everywhere. Asta, moving at terrifying speed, followed up with another blow. Hickster struggled to keep his footing on the floor, panicking inwardly. What the hell? He gritted his teeth, trying to swallow a pain that went to the bone. Sweat beginning to pour. Why does it hurt so much? This bastard. A jade-green shockwave surrounded Asta, radiating overwhelming force. Judging by his speed and striking power, Hickster was pushed to disbelief. Is he really a mage? Hickster glanced at Damien in shock. A healing spell. Damien stood outside, hands extended toward Hickster, continuously channeling energy to heal him as Hickster tried to regain his composure and reset his stance. Asta smiled with easy confidence, raised both hands and began forming a round orb of light. Hickster was still tangled between pain and confusion, but why? He glared at Damien, his thoughts briefly hazy. So the scions of illustrious families really are noble. Seizing the moment, Asta lunged in at blinding speed and sneered, "You got hit and yet you still dare look away." Hickster felt a surge of restorative energy flowing into him from Damien, but he only had time to raise his arms to block Asta's relentless attacks and fell completely on the defensive. Asta, seeing Hickster's surprisingly agile evasions, smirked. "Not bad." Hickster grunted in anger. "Some guy just keeps punching me." He sneered at Damien with contempt. "That guy's healing me." Asta kept assaulting wildly, turning Hickster into a human punch bag. Hickster cursed inwardly, "Crazy bastard. My heart races. I wish I could just take one hit and pass out." After the spinning barrage, Hickster finally got a moment to breathe. His eyes rolled white. His body began trembling uncontrollably, doubt flooding his gaze. "Am I scared?" Outside, the crowd kept screaming and cheering wildly. "Hickster, what are you doing? Don't go easy on him." Only Hickster could most clearly feel the opponent's overwhelming force. His face went pale. Their expressions were ecstatic. The savior of the Dolampi house, a star of the Eastern continent, the hope of every martial fighter. They cheered without restraint. "We believe in you. You've been toying with them for too long. Finish it off." Those words reached Hickster's ears like an insult. He grit his teeth and snarled, "How dare you?" Rage contorted his features into a fierce snarl, veins flashing in his eyes. Hickster roared, "A mere ordinary mage dares to." He lunged with all his strength like a wounded beast, but Asta simply stepped back one pace, completely evading without taking any damage. Asta glanced down at the charging Hickster. Not bad. Hickster seemed to go mad, losing control of reason. He kept rushing forward, shouting, "Don't." Each word was growled. "How dare you look down on me?" The punch aimed straight at Asta, sending him flying backward. Outside, the crowd immediately cheered loudly. "That's our Hickster." Yet Hickster ground his teeth and looked at his own hand, his expression puzzled. The sensation from the punch had been a direct hit. He clenched his fist tight, not daring to relax. Deeply confused, why did it feel so light? Asta flipped once in the air and landed solidly. He brushed off his clothes as if nothing had happened, eyes flicking down at his outfit with a casual air. "All that dust is on your coat now." Hickster stood frozen for a moment seeing that. Then his face contorted with rage as he screamed. He dashed forward to strike like a lightning bolt. Asta remained calm and unmoved, both hands in his pockets. He glanced at Damien and thought quietly, "Damien keeps healing that guy to finish this. I have to knock him out with one hit." Meanwhile, Damien kept enthusiastically, warmly healing the man. Asta closed his eyes, feeling the currents of mana around him. "Okay, this move should work." Electric blue sparks cracked from his hands, gathering energy, a technique I developed with comrades in a past life. His focused gaze opened slowly and coldly. It tapped energy from collisions of mana particles. He targeted Hickster using mana, but it wasn't pure martial art or conventional magic. Asta shot forward, all his power focused into his fist, a technique purely exploiting mana's properties. He unleashed the final punch with a thunderous crack, lightning, leaving Hickster no time to react. The cheering crowd around them also recoiled under the force of the blow, crying out in alarm. A young spectator tried to open his eyes to see what happened. What was that? In front of them, there was only dust and Hickster still standing motionless. A pair of swift feet touched down quickly. Asta seemed to appear and vanish in an instant. The crowd stood stunned in amazement. The scene fell completely silent. A strong arm rose, the hand clenched like a declaration of victory. It was Asta, the one left standing after the decisive blow. He snorted coldly. His gaze locked on the stunned crowd as he ordered wildly, "Cheer, you people." Immediately the cheers thundered like an earthquake, brimming with excitement. So cool, is he really a mage? He did it, damn, this is the moment the weak triumphs. Suddenly a sweet voice called from behind, "Hey friend." Damien rushed over to congratulate him, laughing with joy and pride. "We won." Asta nodded and ruffled his hair. "Yeah." He smiled teasingly, "So from now on, no more sucking your thumb. Okay?" The others watched the two celebrating with complex expressions. One guy crossed his arms and sneered, "I didn't expect a mage to fight like that." Just then, an irritated voice suddenly rang out from behind. "How vulgar." Noise erupted. "Get out, go somewhere else, you thugs." The man who had appeared shouted loudly, "It's an opening ceremony, why's it as noisy as a broken market?" The man kept turning and scolding, "Is it you or you? If you don't quiet down, I'll have you all arrested." Asta frowned inwardly. "I'm in trouble." He glanced at the noisy person behind him with a resigned feeling. "But it's fine, I am, after all, one who cleans up messes." Asta tried to stay as quiet as possible. There were many ways to slip away, and since everyone was excited they wouldn't forget easily. But then he looked at Damien. He kept shouting and pointing this way. "Not them, us, over here, over here." Asta helplessly narrowed his eyes. Damien's words immediately drew attention. The man angrily, "Is it those thugs?" Damien cheerfully admitted it. No intention to run. "Yes, it's us," drawing the man's attention forward to where Hickster lay unconscious on the floor. From a closed room, a stern male voice echoed, "Damien, you and Asta." Asta stood up straight, a bit annoyed at the trouble they'd caused, while Damien was openly excited. Yes. The man seated in the chair looked serious. "Since you two confessed honestly, I'll let it pass without deducting points this time. The opponent also doesn't seem seriously injured. However," he frowned in warning, "I'll be keeping an eye on you from now on." Asta breathed a sigh of relief and straightened his back. The campus now seemed quiet, sunlight filtering through the tall, shady trees. Asta pushed the door and stepped out. He took a deep breath thankfully. The opening ceremony hadn't started yet. At that moment a buzz rose around them. Is that him? With that body he beat a pugilist? How does a magic type even fight like that? Damien, never one to stay quiet, immediately waved back. "Everyone's looking at us." Asta kept a cold expression, thinking, damn it, we're way too conspicuous. "Stop waving, little man." A group of 3 students quickly approached and paid attention to them. One said, "Ah, there they are." Damien, carefree and excited, suggested maybe they saved seats for us. "Friends, classmates are awesome." Asta replied curtly, Probably." At that moment the balding, silver-haired dean appeared and began to speak. "Yes, so." The dean, his face serious, began the speech continuing the teachings of the sages and the founding dean. "Our academy will." The speech dragged on, yes, drowned out by the noise below, so only a few words could be heard, and Damien chuckled awkwardly while Asta kept his usual cool face, thinking the dean is surprisingly enduring to stand and lecture so long. He suddenly noticed Damien's expression beside him. He'd closed his eyes, nodding off, dozing peacefully without him realizing when. Asta sighed and smiled. This kid. Really? He grabbed Damien's hand and lifted it to wipe his mouth. "Don't drool all over. Come on." Suddenly a voice rang out. "Dean, someone says you need to stop by somewhere for a moment." The dean froze. What could be more important than the opening ceremony? Someone leaned in and whispered something into the dean's ear. The dean's complexion changed and he cleared his throat at once. He spoke into the microphone. "Sorry everyone. An urgent matter has come up and I must leave immediately. The speech will end here, and the ceremony will continue." Then he waved and promptly departed. Shortly after, a long-haired young woman stepped forward. She stood with one hand on her hip, radiating authority. Her eyes swept the hall as if searching for whoever had just caused the disruption. She shouted loudly, everyone's attention. Her voice was so fierce that even the nearby teachers shuddered in fear. The students couldn't help but be affected as well. Even the man who'd been breaking up the brawl fell silent. Still imposing, she introduced herself. I am Jirata, on behalf of the dean. Due to an unexpected scheduling issue, the speech can't continue. I will preside over the opening ceremony. Her voice echoed through the auditorium. We'll begin now with the freshman oath. First, the representative of Magic Dahlia de Denai. A soft reply came from the front row. Yes, Jirata exclaimed in surprise. What? A Denai family member is even taking the entrance exam. Is her skill lacking? The girl boldly stepped forward as murmurs rose below. Think about it, she's the third daughter of the house head. If her skill were lacking, would Denai really let her take the entrance exam? Asta frowned as he looked at the girl. Dahlia de Denai, he assessed silently. If the Declan house is the top magic house in the East, Denai ranks just below among the great magic families. He recalled events from his previous life in which Dahlia grew up in Denai as a perennial second fiddle but rose to become the future representative mage of the clan, quite capable. When I quit being a cleaner, she helped me a lot. Given their not bad past relations, Asta raised a hand to his chin and smiled, feeling a bit intrigued. But calling them benefactors isn't quite right, more like uneasy allies. In any case, it's good that Dahlia is enrolling this term. Jirata continued calling names. Next, representative of the combat division, Paolo, stepped forward. The young man answered immediately in a decisive voice. Yes. Asta stood behind, quietly judging. The combat division didn't announce family names, so not from a noble or distinguished background. As for that Hickster or hipster fellow, he comes from a notable family, but that's about it. I wonder how furious the noble houses will be. After Paolo stepped up, Jirata declared, That's all, the oath is finished. She continued with introductions. Next, allow me to present the professors who will oversee class 172, please. Professors, come forward one by one, starting with. At that moment Dahlia stared intently in a certain direction. Asta seemed to sense someone staring at him. What was that? Just a feeling? He couldn't help but feel suspicious, as if their eyes had met, but he immediately dismissed it as unimportant. Dahlia was slowly descending the stairs. Perhaps distracted then, she suddenly tripped and cried out in alarm. That didn't seem to distract Asta. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I've heard there's a Professor Perrin, right? Watching the professor on the podium made Asta impatient. When will he step out? One by one, the other professors also took the stage to speak. Finally, the person he had been waiting for appeared. An authoritative voice rang out. It is my honor, I am Perrin, in charge of the fundamental curriculum of magical theory. Asta frowned in appraisal. He'd expected a demeanor similar to Henge, but this was entirely different. He studied the man before him. Still, Henge is a man of character, excellent at wearing a social mask. Don't judge hastily. Next, Jirata spoke. That concludes the introductions of the professors. The opening ceremony is adjourned. Asta glanced at Damien, who still hadn't woken. Jirata's voice must have been lulling him. Please follow the attendants to your assigned dorms. He tapped his shoulder to wake him. Get up. Damien, mouth still drooling, blinked bewildered. It's over? With a cold face, Asta said without blinking. No, caught dozing off means expulsion. Let's go home now. Damien stared in stunned confusion. Suddenly a horrific vision flashed through his mind. Terror was plain on his face. By then, dusk had begun to fall, golden light spreading over the tops of the castles. Asta strolled down the corridor toward his dorm, thinking helplessly. That Damien teased him a little and he screams like that. He stopped in front of a door. Looking at the silent door, he wondered. Is this the one? Asta reluctantly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Why is it on the last floor? He admired the room's furnishings and thought, the academy really is impressive. He inspected a corner of the desk. This is a personal item, so they issue standardized supplies across the whole academy. He picked up a green notebook, opened a closet to find hooks holding a coat hanging inside. Asta thought to himself, even a small trinket can reveal one's background. but everyone will buy their own things eventually. As he pushed the door to leave, he encountered someone. Asta recalled. His roommate should be Paolo, though his gaze looked rather unfriendly. Paolo closed his eyes and said coldly, insisting they remain as quiet as possible. He carried a suitcase, his face expressionless. He didn't care how the other arranged their luggage or belongings. He kept listing isolation rules. Stay up late if you must, but don't interfere with each other, and of course no late-night chatting. When Asta didn't reply, Paolo's eyes opened and he stared daggers at him. Answer me. Asta's eyes showed indifference as he calmly regarded the other. Look at him. Seeing Asta remain silent, Paolo grew more irritated and snapped. Why won't you answer? Asta was still rifling through his memory. He'd heard Paolo was top of the combat division, so how strong is he? With that thought, he suddenly tilted his body and lunged forward toward him. Paolo reacted warily, his hand instinctively touching the sword hilt in a ready stance. What are you trying to do? At that moment, Asta stopped and glanced down. Nice. Observing the motion of his hand, he silently praised him. Holding a sword yet showing restraint, controlling himself to avoid harming others. Not bad. Just then Damien's voice came from outside. Hey buddy, come out quickly. Asta snorted. What am I doing? I'm just heading out. He brushed past Paolo and gave his shoulder a light pat. Do as you like, but on one condition. He turned back with a bright, mischievous smile. If I sing after midnight, don't complain. Got it? Outside, Damien came bounding over, all limbs excited. Hey, buddy, he eagerly asked. Who's your roommate?
Asta replied flatly. Paulo.
Damien blinked for a few seconds and mumbled. Paolo? Don't know him. Asta scolded silently. Well, no wonder you're out cold. He excitedly raised his hand to invite him. Come on, let's tour the academy. Lancy said there's tons to see. Must go on the first day. Oh, and she said we have to go together. Hearing that, Asta considered it inwardly. Might as well see what's worth seeing. Then he smirked and said, let's go. The two of them walked side by side around the campus. The atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious, their conversations flowing one after another. The sunset sky glowed warm orange, the day's last light bathing the scene in a soft, tranquil sheen. Stopping on a bridge, Damien exclaimed excitedly, a lake! We don't have this back home. Asta seemed a bit tired of his friend's enthusiasm. In front of them lay a clear pond with gentle ripples rolling back and forth. Asta felt worn out, really tired, like he was babysitting a child. No wonder Lancy paired him with him. But who am I? Petty man. When annoyed, I retaliate, he muttered suddenly. Then have them make one for us. Damien looked over wide-eyed, not understanding. Asta smiled and explained. Just dig a hole and pour water in. Damien's eyes lit up like stars and he shouted enthusiastically. Right, tell them to make it bigger. Make it larger than this pond. Back at the manor, Lancy sneezed while washing the dishes. With the idea planted, Damien began to seriously ponder what to name the lake. Asta chuckled softly, then casually offered a name. Blood Tear. The name made Damien's face brighten. He slapped his hands and sealed the deal. At the manor, Lancy shivered again, an ominous premonition washed over her like a tide. Damien continued wandering, pointing excitedly. Look at that statue, it's beautiful. Tell them to make that too, and make it Blood Tear Lake too. He didn't hesitate for even half a second. Asta launched into a breathless monologue, sketching with his hands like an artistic director. Make it a dragon sculpture, refine each scale for beauty. Damien grew more excited, nodding furiously. Perfect. Phenomenal. Lancy turned pale, breaking out in a cold sweat as chill after chill ran down her neck. What is this? Why is my spine tingling? After a while of strolling, Asta asked, enough of a tour, ready to head back? Damien happily agreed. He nodded slightly, but his gaze darkened. Let's see. The cleaner has identified about 7 people, maybe 10 including those not yet confirmed, and their positions are mainly centered. Asta's eyes stopped on the Magic Study Hall number 2, an imposing, massive structure. He rummaged through his memory. Magic Study Hall number 2 houses Professor Perrin's research rooms, so the target really is Professor Perrin. Asta began calculating. Declan must have realized Henge has an accomplice, so now they're suspecting Perrin. someone closely connected to him. His gaze flicked in a direction where a figure was silently watching from the bushes. The corner of Asta's mouth twitched into a thin, mocking smile. A thrill rose like an undercurrent. I still worried we hadn't followed, but we did at the right moment. Let's see what they find out. One evening the sky went dark, and a thick nightfall blanketed the academy. A lone lamppost cast a pale yellow light, flickering in the chilly breeze. Suddenly a shadow streaked across the roof, moving so nimbly that only a blur was visible. With cat-like leaps, he was suddenly beside the east building. With a light kick, that shadow landed almost soundlessly. As soon as he touched down, a voice called from the dark corner, "You're here." The newcomer nodded slightly, stepped forward and asked briefly, "Where are the others?" The man waiting answered curtly, "They've gone ahead. Orders came down. Urgent reports say the target's gang is regrouping at their lair." The other asked, "Primary target or secondary?" The man replied, "Secondary." He added that it seemed the primary target had been tailed already, but they'd still gathered intel. Tonight at midnight the item would be handed over to the secondary target. Hearing that, the man in black who'd just arrived stroked his chin. "So that's it." He pondered. "Henge, the primary moved. Issuing the order to us means among the secondary targets, the one under surveillance is Professor Perrin." As if realizing something, the newly arrived man flinched, his eyes widening. He tensely protested, "Wait, what about the lone numbers? You want us to get past those monster professors? At least number one has to show, or maybe a couple of the other lone numbers, only then could we handle them." The man standing in the room replied indifferently, "Number one won't come, nor will the other lone numbers." The other couldn't help but grab his head and curse under his breath. "Damn it." Just as he felt despair, the other spoke in a hoarse tone. "But," he said in a low voice, "the fire demon Callahan, he'll join them." The newcomer was struck as if by lightning, eyes wide in disbelief. "Callahan?" By his memory, Deputy Crimson Commander of the Declan Magic Brigade. Declan, if it's him, that's enough. Remembering that, the man ground his teeth. He's known for being cold and willing to use any means for the mission, which means. Thinking that, he swallowed hard, fighting the tremor rising in him, then muttered through clenched teeth, "Damn it, this is a suicide mission for the sake of duty." The remaining man in black calmly reassured them that things might not erupt into a fight. The clan would be reluctant to reveal a renowned mage on a mission. The other snorted coldly, "True enough, let's think that way." The remaining man in black urged, "Then let's go." Two shadows darted out of the building, rushing to link up so their chances of survival might improve. However, those two had no idea that all their actions had been watched by someone. Standing on a nearby roof, moonlight washing his face, midnight. A cold night wind passed, carrying a sound like a soft breath. Could it really be Callahan? At that moment Asta watched thoughtfully. Zenion Academy was vast, so you had to know the layout to avoid getting lost. Even I do. He looked toward the buildings surrounding the fountain for a long time. Asta's gaze hardened with quiet certainty. All right. Not bad. Inside him a vague spark of excitement flickered. There's something to occupy me, though not like in my past life. It still feels familiar. A silent evening, lit only by the flicker of a blue flame. Asta disguised himself in black, sitting in place to observe. His whole aura gave off the familiar presence of a cleaner for House Declan. Callahan leaped up and laughed wickedly. "Callahan. He's the one who still basks in his heyday even while I was active." He turned his back and looked toward someone after House Declan risked everything to oppose House Blando. Farin smiled faintly. He stayed with the declining house to prove his loyalty. Callahan's silhouette looked extremely dangerous. He's dangerous now. But Callahan's true peak came after the war with Blando. He curled his lip in a sly grin. The demon fire of Deculin, unstoppable, marked him as a war mage. At last Asta made up his mind. Then I must capture him. He stared at the glowing book and thought. Callahan's magic is one of Deculin's secret fire arts, and as one of the continent's famed mages, he's worth the risk. Asta lowered his head and walked in thought. I once wondered why such a troublemaker would follow and then return. This is an unexpected windfall, yet something still nags at me. Then he looked determined. The target they mentioned, Hensey's manuscript, is actually with me. A blank sheet appeared in Asta's mind, Yet they said the item would be handed to the secondary target, Professor Perrin. The two masked figures also appeared, insisting my manuscript can't be a fake, and it's impossible that the target they mentioned isn't that manuscript. Asta said slowly, then the item being handed over today must be a fake manuscript. A man appeared, fastening his cloak. He reached out to open a cupboard to take something. Immediately the man tucked a weapon into his side. Then he flicked his hand and turned away. Beside him someone else slept under a blanket, while the cloaked man slipped away quietly. That was Paolo. He cast a sharp glance to the side. The blue-haired man lay dreaming in bed, unaware. Outside the castle it was pitch dark. All the lights were out except for a single room brightly lit. A candle burned beside Perrin. He was staring intently at something. Then Perrin squeezed his eyes shut and winced. "Deculin, you rotten rats," he cursed angrily. "They said they exposed a weakness, but because they hadn't crossed the line I held back. Now they dare to invade my territory so brazenly. What is this?" Suddenly Perrin's eyes sharpened. So that's it. The white door of the room slowly opened. A figure wrapped head to toe stepped inside. Perrin glanced over and thought, a mercenary, and then he called the name sharply, making the other start. "Paolo," Perrin calmly admonished. "Next time, if you plan to disguise yourself, first learn to refine the ether's form. That's the basics of covert action." Paolo held the white envelope and handed it to Perrin. Perrin glanced down and said, "Well then, if there's a next time." Hearing that, Paolo frowned, puzzled by the words Perrin spoke. Perrin nodded with the envelope in hand. "Hensi, so it's you," he observed without opening it. "You tried to transfer the manuscript without letting Deculin see, yet you were captured so badly." But then Perrin changed his mind. "No, that sly fox wouldn't be caught so easily." A pair of feet hurried off somewhere. "What are you plotting, Hensi?" Suddenly the room erupted in a blaze of roaring flames. A white-cloaked figure stepped in and greeted. "It's an honor to meet you, Professor Perrin." It was Callahan. He grinned wickedly and smoothed his hair. "My name is Callahan. Would a professor who hides away in a study even know?" Paolo was stunned, whipping his head around with a look of utter panic. Callahan remained arrogant, remarking, "Looks like we have other guests, mercenaries, right? That swordsman seems to know me, but what about the professor?" Before he could keep posturing, Perrin quickly cut him off. "I've never heard that name." He braced his hands on the table and snapped to his feet. "Enough of your babbling, get to the point." Callahan scowled and sneered sharply. "Your stench makes my nose want to rot." Then he cupped his face and laughed hoarsely. "Well, how amusing. This is the first time I've been treated like this, so I'll be blunt." Callahan pointed directly at Paolo across from him and declared with certainty, "That one will die." An orange circle had already formed at his fingertip, while the professor. Callahan rolled his eyes and asked, "Should I take your hand or your eyes?" Suddenly a hand grabbed someone's cloak hard. Perrin stepped forward to block Callahan's strike. The two powerful blows collided, leaving a scene of devastation. Paolo squinted and then shouted. He struggled to force his eyes open to see what the opponent would do next. Both of them stood rooted amid the rubble. Perrin turned and called out, "Paolo." He announced calmly, "From this moment I will treat you as a mercenary before a pupil, so fend for your own life." Paolo understood and replied promptly, "Yes." Perrin nodded and then pondered. No bells rang despite the explosion. Most likely those Deculin rats set a concealment spell. Night gradually fell over the magnificent castles. Perrin narrowed his eyes and mused, "Can I only rely on that rookie mercenary?" Callahan stood there, arrogantly taunting. "This envelope must be from that trash Blando." He sneered that there's no sign he'll hand it over willingly. Perrin glanced at Callahan. "What should I do?" Suddenly he put on a terrifying expression and asked, "Shall I toy with you a little?" No sooner had he finished than Callahan unleashed a move that emitted a surrounding golden light. Perrin and Paolo, still caught off guard, watched as several masked figures suddenly swooped in from nowhere. Callahan opened his mouth in a demonic laugh. Seeing the scene, Paolo instinctively widened his eyes in alarm. Immediately Perrin quickly formed a white circle before him. Their white and golden streams of light slammed directly into each other. A cloaked figure standing at a distance observed the beams of light radiating from the castle. It was Asta. He looked up and thought to himself, "It's starting." Asta took out a mask and held it in his hand. Then he put it on his face. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Asta's eyes glowed and he sprang up nimbly, not Asta, but the number 1 cleaner. After preparing everything, Asta looked straight ahead and said, "All right, let's go." He pressed his hands together. "Lady Moon," Asta prayed sincerely, "let me once again be the righteous chaos cleaner today." He squinted, but to be honest, I never thought about righteousness. Instantly Asta leapt high into the air. The side of the castle had been blasted into ruins. Callahan laughed loudly. "Not bad, mercenary." Paolo panted wearily but kept a tight grip on his sword. He glanced back anxiously. Damn it. At Paolo's waist something glowed. Who knew the captain's talisman would be a charm of protection? Lucky. Suddenly he flinched at a voice shouting, "Get out of here." Perrin, eyes glowing, flew in. He unleashed a powerful strike at Callahan, who quickly countered. Perrin casually patted Paolo's shoulder. "Not bad. Maybe I can trust you a bit more." Paolo looked at his sword and frowned. The blade bore a charm. Perrin turned to ask, "Can you hold them off?" Paolo stared ahead and replied, "However many." Then he declared boldly, "It's no longer a question of whether I can. If I fail, I die." Callahan snorted with disdain. A mage and a guardian. What an interesting pairing. A beam of light threaded into the ice slab. Callahan wasted no time and launched an attack at Paolo. Luckily, he quickly used his sword to block and dodge to the side. On this side, Perrin held his stance over the blue circle. The Guardian had been dealt with. The masked attackers were taken down one by one. At this rate, I'll be exhausted. An idea struck Perrin as he glanced over. Then, he watched Callahan casting and made a decision. I have to gamble. Perrin kept mana flowing in his hands and thought. When ambient mana is limited, if multiple entities issue commands, a struggle for control erupts. He immediately poured all his strength into the strike. How much will you siphon from me? Callahan stood there and asked, Are you challenging me? Callahan, no slouch himself, sneered and lunged. Fine, try me. But as he nearly reached Perrin, he suddenly recoiled and shouted. A blast of light with terrifying power engulfed the entire castle. Inside, all three of them were surrounded by streams of light. Paolo hovered in midair, looking down. He opened his eyes slightly. Damn it. Paolo watched Callahan and Perrin fighting fiercely with bitterness. Their monsters. No openings to break through. Not long after, Paolo lay motionless under the rubble. If this was going to happen, you should have fought from the start. The three cloaked figures standing outside looked up at the furious vortex ravaging everything when someone's voice spoke up. How cruel. A man who saw this grew anxious. Stop charging, and now is suicide. Catch your breath. He turned and asked, How many cleaners are left? Suddenly a white beam of light erupted in fury and hurled the cloaked men outwards. One man gasped in surprise. An ambush? Then he shouted as black cloaked figures quickly closed in. Ambush! It was Asta. He landed hard on a large rock. Asta's appearance was so sudden that it made Callahan and Perrin turn to look. He lifted his cold eyes and declared, And now arrives my glorious entrance. They continued to trade blows, but their eyes were on Asta because of his words. Callahan, furious, snapped, Are you mocking me? Ignoring the shout, Asta charged forward with fierce momentum. He quickly grabbed him by the throat and pressed Callahan. Asta's eyes turned icy as he said, This place will be your grave. Caught off guard, Callahan couldn't react in time. Racked with pain, he only widened his eyes at Asta and shouted, Die. But then Callahan slammed both hands hard into Asta's chest. Afterward, he was flung away by a tremendous force. Callahan skidded along the ground with a bewildered look. He clapped a hand over his mouth and grimaced, Damn it, mana backlash. Wasting no time, Asta lunged swiftly toward Callahan. Because of the earlier heavy blow, he kept coughing up blood. At this moment, the other black-cloaked men also closed in rapidly. Callahan grabbed a vial and thought to himself, I need to suppress the mana backlash first. After drinking the potion, he wiped the blood away. Where did someone like him come from? Suddenly Callahan glared. Asta had now formed a surrounding blue light. Callahan stood stunned at the sight. His movements, not a single wasted gesture. Moreover, his magic was optimized perfectly for speed. He was taken aback and admitted with a glance, I am genuinely impressed. Immediately Callahan produced countless red circles. I don't know who you are, but he opened his mouth to reveal two fangs and shouted, I will kill you. And so the two streams of light collided with great force. The black-cloaked men were thrown far away. A red-haired man widened his eyes as if witnessing a horrific scene. That beam of light exploded, obliterating everything around it. After the powerful strike, Callahan coughed up blood, wondering, did I catch him? His face showed obvious smugness. Other cleaners were affected too. But who cares about them? The important thing is completing the mission. Looking up at the clear sky with a few blurred dark shapes falling, he was fairly certain in that sense. The masked one was the target that had to be eliminated. Callahan wiped his face and smiled softly. I'm too excited. This isn't like me at all. Confident I've got the win if I coordinate with the other cleaners. I'll take down Professor Farron. Suddenly the glass vial in his hand slipped and rolled to the ground. A gun barrel unexpectedly appeared, aimed right at him with a mocking voice. Is that all you've got? Through the billowing smoke a shadow stepped forward and said, Callahan, you look vacant on the outside, but inside you're cold as a snake. I knew from the start you planned to blow me and the other cleaners away. Asta pointed his hand in a shooting gesture at the matrix before him and continued, You've exposed your opponent's weakness outright. That cruelty is exactly why you'll fail. No sooner had he finished speaking than Asta decisively fired a beam of light forward. Callahan could only stand there in stunned silence, one thought flashing through his mind. Too fast. The powerful ray sliced through the air and struck him. The wind blew away the tiny splatters of blood. The small tied tuft at the back of Callahan's head snapped off. A bullet punched straight through his forehead, leaving a bloody hole in his skull. Asta descended slowly to the ground, standing before the crumpled corpse. The recent battle had drained him considerably. He knew the opponent's ability well. Callahan lived up to his name. Recalling the explosive attack earlier, Asta rated him highly. Most others would have died from such a surprise, but he counterattacked. His combat reputation was earned. His reactions and judgment were very quick. Of course, Asta admitted his own lucky break, but Callahan's final move helped a lot. If he had teamed up with the other cleaners and dragged it out, I would have lost. My mana pool is still far too small. Then he stepped closer to the body. Asta rummaged through Callahan's clothes with his hand. Let's see, it should be around here somewhere. Eventually he pulled out a cloth pouch containing a few items. Just as I thought. Most combat mages trust no one, so they carry their secrets with them. Asta claimed it for himself. Of course, the timeless pouch allowed basic owner identification. I can open it later. With everything done, he turned and glanced to the side. Now, Asta said with a slight reproach, you're late. A man emerged from the smoke and walked over. He was addressed softly. Professor Farron. He calmly hummed and explained. Clearing out the rats took a bit longer. The others over there were all frozen by Perrin. He kept a cold demeanor, raising his hand to channel power and importantly, you're a rat too? Asta pretended not to care and instead laughed loudly. One's crazy, the other's a thug. What do you think about me just killing one of Deculin's men? His attitude made the man lower his guard. Seeing you call that guy crazy, you must be someone Henzi sent. Oh, and I'm not that thug. Before any suspicion remained, Asta felt slightly exasperated. You trust me based on that? He wondered about the identity of the one he'd met earlier. So who was the mercenary that approached me? Perrin asked a somewhat irrelevant question. Did he split his thesis into two parts? Asta didn't answer, brushing it aside. I haven't heard anything about that, so I don't know. Very likely it was a fake. Henzi probably planned it, using a fake to bait the rats out. Recalling Henzi's eager expression, Asta judged. He probably wanted to strengthen Hazen's defenses and the academy here, and also reduce the Deculin house's influence. I'll be the bait to lure them out, Asta thought to himself. Even though the cleaners used spells to darken things and the battle was fairly large in scale, and the report arrived late, there's no reason the Imperial Knights wouldn't have shown up. Deculin must have used their connections with the Imperial Knights. Perrin reconfirmed his identity again. So you really are the envoy? Asta produced a neatly tied stack of papers. He picked them up and examined them closely. Suddenly Perrin looked up from the documents. Do you know the contents? He didn't hide it. I only know the basics. Perrin didn't press further and calmly replied. Understood. At that point Asta spoke frankly. Fine, I don't mind a one-on-one fight, but are you sure? I don't want to lose a reliable ally. Perrin put the documents into his coat, rarely in agreement. All right, I'll accept the thesis for now. I don't want to lose an ally, so let's drop it. Then he changed the subject. Is there anything you want? Seeing his puzzled look, Perrin explained. That guy, Henzi, seems to trust only one kind of person, those whose desires match his. You're certainly that type, so to build trust one have to give you something. Hearing that, Asta thought seriously for a long moment and finally answered. A book. Perrin was taken aback. This request was unexpected, and he had to confirm. A book? Asta began to imagine a scene. I'll build a tower, a big, tall tower. I'll fill it with books anyone can read. If someone donates a book containing their views on magic, that would be perfect. Perrin scratched his head and agreed hesitantly. All right, I don't expect anyone to read and understand it all, but writing a book is probably better. Sounds fun. He turned, thinking the matter was settled, and prepared to leave. I have to go now. But Perrin suddenly called out, Wait, how do we keep in touch? Aren't you supposed to deliver the next thesis? Asta gave a serious reason that deflated him. I don't keep other men's contact information. Then he pulled a strand of purple beads from his pocket. Asta tossed the bracelet to him. Take this, it's a communication crystal. They're linked so if one breaks, the other breaks too. To call me, tap once. If there's trouble, tap twice. He left one last instruction. I'll come to you when that happens. Perrin took the bead strand and noted another issue. Hey, I don't actually like men either. But when he looked up, the other had vanished. He muttered to himself, Why do I feel creeped out? Time passed, and before long the Empire's knights arrived. After handing everything over, the Imperial Knights quickly secured the scene. They split up to carry each of the wounded. Then they evacuated the Academy students in case a second attack occurred. At that time Asta had changed back into his usual clothes and, of course, took the opportunity to blend in with the students. Damien, still sleepy, looked at him curiously. Buddy, where have you been? Feels like it's been a while. Asta gave a curt reply, had to handle something big. He scanned the scene, calculating. Let's see the bodies of Callahan and the cleaners, traceable evidence. Deculin should lie low for a while. Seeing him unfocused, Damien searched around and joked, You look like you need to use the bathroom, man. You've been gone so long. Constipated? Want me to fix it? Asta didn't answer, concentrating on his thoughts. But why did Wayne react that way in the fight? He usually doesn't retaliate, yet when I blocked Callahan's spell his energy seeped into my field, which let me stop it, so it's not a bad thing. He recalled the sensation then. It wasn't that the field became stronger, but rather, yes, a kind of canceling phenomenon. He connected instances where that type of magic was used. It's the main method elemental mages employ, a technique that prevents harm to the caster, like Callahan when he used fire. Asta turned his face away, frowning and muttering, I don't get it. Damien next to him thought he was talking to him and, eager to help, said, You don't understand? Pull your pants down right now, buddy. But Asta's words were clearly influenced by the thought in his head. Why did it react then, and what were the trigger conditions? He looked toward the distant castle and told himself he needed to investigate. And by the way, a reminder to Damien. Don't pull your pants down. The stately, old-fashioned building Asta quietly planned. Lapider, the largest library in the east, located in the academy. I should find clues there. Suddenly a voice called out, Hey, you're Asta, right? The boy came over and greeted him cheerfully. Nice to meet you. I'm Chumbi. Asta kept a cold demeanor and said, And the boy still wore a smile. You're quite a fighter, aren't you? The remark made Asta slightly wary. What? He saw me fighting? If my identity leaks, that'll be trouble. Should I kill him? Faced with Chinbi's enthusiasm, Asta thought covertly. He saw me fight? That's a big stain on my cleaner record. Chinbi continued to praise innocently. The brawl with the combatant system on the first day was impressive. How can you fight like that? That comment immediately softened him a bit. Rendered speechless, Asta thought. No scandal left, only fame, of course. Seeing it wasn't important, Asta turned away. He was just low on vigor, then it'll be different later. Chinbi scratched his head and laughed. Oh, I see. He shyly followed behind Asta and Damien as they pushed through the crowd. After a while, Chinbi honestly expressed his wish. Actually, I want to come along. I haven't made friends yet, and it's awkward joining other groups, you understand. Asta glanced once, More or less, I get it. He'd long since seen this. In principle, the Academy promises equal treatment and setting aside status. But that's the Academy's stance, not the students'. Poor kids like me naturally get pushed to the margins. Thinking it over, he realized he wasn't burdened by it either and told himself, whatever, I don't care. So Asta turned back and agreed with Chinbi. Fine, suit yourself. Chinbi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Honestly, I was pretty anxious. Chinbi relaxed a bit and tried to ingratiate himself. If something like that happens again, being alone would be awkward. Asta gave a soft affirmative laugh. Could be. Emboldened, Chinbi grew more confident. Oh right. By the way, the two chatted comfortably as they walked. Asta found it refreshingly new. Is this what a normal conversation is like? He lifted his indifferent eyes and mused. My life keeps getting wrapped up with crazy people. Remembering the colorful faces he'd encountered recently, Asta comforted himself. I'd forgotten what normal feels like. The corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Now the life of an Academy student truly begins. The next morning at the Academy, golden sunlight shimmered across the building. In the lecture hall, students were almost all present. Damien yawned widely. He languidly sprawled on the desk, looking miserable, so sleepy. Chinbi arrived too, waving cheerfully. Good morning, Asta, Damien. As soon as he sat down, he showed some displeasure. There was a huge incident yesterday and we still have class today. Isn't that too much? Asta flipped a page and replied, yeah, fair enough. Asta observed him. Chinbi, from the way he spoke yesterday, didn't seem from a noble family nor a well-off household. Yet he wasn't shy and seemed quite bright. He seemed in a good mood. I think he'd make a decent friend, he silently judged. Suddenly the boy turned and called out, Hey, did you hear anything yet? Chinbi revealed a tip. Earlier on the way here I heard that our M3 class supervisor is Professor Jirata. The unfamiliar name made him curious and he repeated it. Jirata? Chinbi was astonished. Don't tell me you don't know Professor Jirata. She's rumored to have single-handedly slaughtered a whole pack of trolls. Oh, here she comes. He looked down toward the lectern as a female teacher slowly approached and thought, Ah, I remember now. The familiar face reminded Asta of the professor who stood on the platform during yesterday's opening ceremony. She spoke to introduce herself. Pleased to meet you. I am Jirata. There was some disturbance yesterday, but nothing serious. Please put it behind you and focus on your studies. She gestured to the support equipment being brought in. Before our first lesson, I'll measure your mana. Essentially, mana has two aspects, quantity and quality. So which of those two is more important? A hand went up. Jirata asked, What's your name? The girl stood up, a little shy. I'm Arjun, ma'am. Jirata allowed it. All right, Arjun, please answer. The girl answered seriously and carefully. I think there is no absolute answer, but if there is a sufficiently precise mana level, then mana quality is more important. Jirata pressed on. Why? Arjun explained that when dueling mages of equal rank, the side with superior mana quality will prevail. Asta noticed the viewpoint and partly agreed. Yes, that's orthodox. Mana quality affects accuracy, stability, and power of spells. Having a lot of mana but failing to hit is useless, but sure enough, immediately afterward the girl received a displeased reaction from the supervisor. A disapproving tch sound echoing. Arjun was frightened into losing the little confidence she had. Jirata directly probed, Arjun, what family do you belong to? The girl obediently answered, I belong to the Viscount Pelame family. Hearing that, the teacher showed obvious disdain. No wonder. This time Arjun was thoroughly hurt. Tears welled up in bitter humiliation, but Jirata ignored her and moved on to someone else. Anyone else want to answer? Her sharp eyes swept the class. Huh? Nobody? Suddenly she singled out a random boy. Hey you. He startled and stammered. Why yes? Jirata teased. Is your name yes? He hurriedly corrected himself. Oh no, ma'am. I'm Ipal. Ipal stood up and carefully answered the earlier question. I think mana quantity is more important after all. In large-scale combat, mana amount will have a major impact, right? Asta silently took note. Right, thinking from the other side, in chaotic battles quantity matters more than quality. Ultimately, change a few variables and both quality and quantity become important. But Jirata wore a look of clear displeasure. She asked directly, which clan do you belong to? He replied, Oh, I don't belong to any clan, which made Asta pause. What's this? Could I have missed some basic fact? Jairata continued calling names. One after another answers rang out. I think it's casting speed. A repeating scene. Clan, and you? I'm the purity of necessity. Clan. This even unsettled someone normally composed like him. Appointing a student, repeating the question, then moving on. Jairata's question echoed with the chatter of the whole class. Me, what's going on? Irritating. Hey, get out of my sight. Asta tensed, trying to think what answer could make the atmosphere so heavy. After a while, she finally ended the Q&A. I have heard your answers clearly. Her tone softened slightly. Actually, the answers you just gave were close to the correct one. No, this wasn't a question with a single answer, so what I wanted wasn't an answer. She emphasized one thing in particular. Think carefully. What answers did you give me? Jairata bluntly pointed out the class's shortcoming. Did that answer match your own thinking? Or were you just guessing what you thought I wanted to hear? She reminded everyone of a mage's duty and identity. A mage must never lose their own conviction, mustn't be swayed by others' opinions, and must be able to fully carry out their own will. Her sharp golden eyes narrowed. So what about the answers you just gave? A serious rebuke rang through the lecture hall. Is that truly the character of a mage? Jairata concluded. From now on you must become true mages. That's what I want to impart in this lesson. Engrave it in your hearts. The entire class fell completely silent. Asta let go of the tension he'd been holding. So what I suspected was right. Truly a bizarre new loop. Jairata moved to the main topic. Now, one by one, you'll measure mana. Arjun. The little girl who had been sniffling was startled when her name was called. Yes, Jairata assigned her. You'll be the mana system class monitor for class M3. The first response made a great impression. Start recording your classmates' mana readings from now on. The girl brightened instantly and hurried down to her spot. Thank you, teacher. He let out a soft "oh," inwardly admiring. So that's how she bends the whole class. Chinbi beside him bit his handkerchief with tears in his eyes. So jealous. Asta was speechless, clueless what to be jealous of. Above, she signaled for the support device to be brought forward. Teaching assistant. The draped cloth was pulled away. An emerald green orb appeared at once. The students murmured in astonishment. Is that a mana measuring device? They said those are hard to come by. Jairata touched the orb. Everyone was seeing it for the first time. She gave them a meaningful glance. Now it's time to learn your own mana values. Who knows? A blue light radiated, leaving the students stunned. Jairata teasingly remarked, Among us, we have a monster. Damien glanced at the matrix projected on the ceiling, his finger lightly touching his lips. Jairata said with a glance, All right, using it is very simple. She ordered. Arjun, place your hand on the crystal orb and transmit mana. Arjun complied quickly and lightly. Yes. She then placed her own hand on the crystal orb. Immediately the orb emitted a blinding light, making Arjun stare in surprise. Not long after, the crystal orb projected some kind of circle. Arjun looked up in astonishment, mouth agape, unable to believe her eyes. Jairata turned her cold face and said, You see it clearly now. Among the many readings, the most important part is this center. The refinement rating from quality and the geoforce from rank 1 to rank 10. She pointed at the circle and explained, Arjun reached rank 14 last year. The freshman average is rank 3, so that's very good. Arjun scratched her head embarrassedly. Thank you, ma'am. Jairata glanced around and instructed. Next we'll measure total mana. It's simple. Now channel your mana in. Arjun complied quickly. Yes. Jairata continued. The tiers of total mana are divided into 100 ranks. The number 17 appeared on the circle with an announcement. Arjun is rank 17. Last year the average was rank 15. So this year's figure is even better. Jairata smiled faintly. Looking at both the quality and quantity of mana, you can see how diligent Arjun is day to day. Suddenly she offered praise that made Arjun's face flush red. Well deserved. A boy admired aloud. I wish I could get such a high number. Asta didn't listen, lost in thought. The future is already visible. He pondered for a moment. That girl will be a diligent graduate researcher someday. A voice rang out across the large room. I have business and will take my leave. Please have your mana measured under the assistant's guidance. Someone answered, Yes. A girl beamed happily. I need to focus even more on breathing techniques. The friend next to her replied cheerfully, I'll work on refinement. The white-haired boy smiled and invited, Asta, let's go too. He started and turned to him. Sounds good. As Asta was walking, a loud shout made him stop and look what the heck. The circle appeared again to everyone's surprise. Refinement rank 6? Wasn't the average supposed to be rank 3? Total mana rank 20. So jealous. Someone asked, What's your name? The girl replied coldly, Farion. Then she turned back and emphasized, Farion de deny. Hearing that, Asta thought, Same clan as Dahlia? The different hair color must indicate some branch. She gave her name and already seemed eager to show off her family. The teacher looked up, somewhat surprised, and said, Truly worthy of a noble line, the numbers are excellent. He stroked his chin. Although total mana is a bit low compared to a refinement rank 6, it's still a sufficiently high figure. Farhan nodded with a smile. I see. Damien suddenly woke up. Too noisy, what's going on? Asta looked over and said, Nothing, go back to sleep. Then he paused. Oh right, don't sleep. Asta told Damien. They're about to measure mana? But Damien, still half asleep, hazily asked, Measure what for? Asta sighed. I don't know, but it's fine to measure after all, it's class. Suddenly Damien jumped up excitedly and shouted, Really? Then I'll try too. Asta buried his face in his hands in embarrassment. Oh, don't overdo it, someone watching from afar murmured. Is that him? The young Master Blander looks so young. Oh, and the one beside him must be Aster, the one who beat Hickster, right? They wondered who the leader was. Another replied, You'd be dead if you knew. Asta worriedly stared into the distance. Damn it, I don't want fame over a punching incident. The teacher cheerfully invited. Is he the young master? Well then, let's measure once. Damien pointed curiously and asked, Do I just channel mana into here? He quickly placed his hand on the crystal orb. Those below paled. What is this? Does this make sense? Furion's expression turned terrifying. No. She was helpless, this can't be. Not long after, the circle reappeared with an astonished announcement. Refinement rank 9, total mana rank 67. Hey, is this a glitch? Asta glanced at the teacher in resignation. Mortals often react that way when faced with genius. He recalled that, by ordinary mortal reasoning, it couldn't be understood. That radiant, towering wall. Asta looked at Damien and thought, Well, we already know Damien's a prodigy, but I didn't expect him to surpass the average by so much. Yet Damien remains naive. Is this considered high? A fleeting thought was enough to explain why Blander had that monstrous edge. His vitality was inherently different. Asta eyed him pensively. If Damien had worked hard in his previous life, the continent's balance might have changed. So in this life, everything will be different. He thought of Farin. To keep Blander from remaining Declan's obstacle, I only need to help Damien step out of the mortal realm. The teacher wiped his brow with a cloth and forced a smile. Young Damien lives up to the Blander name. Truly outstanding, but don't be complacent. A mage's station isn't determined by mana alone. Damien smiled innocently and brightly. Yes. He cheerfully ran over and asked, Hey, have you been measured yet? Asta replied, Not yet. Damien was ecstatic. Then you should get measured too. Asta stood still, observing everything. He realized everyone must be curious about his level. A person without a prestigious background who even stood beside young Master Balliner and who'd punched the Delanfi air. Finally Asta decided, Fine, I'll give it a try. He calculated carefully. To avoid trouble, pick an average setting. The teacher asked, What's your name?
Asta answered, Imaster.
The teacher instructed, Take your hand out of your pocket. Then he placed his hand on the crystal orb and made a slight adjustment to his mana's nature. Immediately Asta's fingers curled, and he poured in a modest amount. But Asta noticed something odd. Wait, why did I set it so low? A beam of light illuminated the whole area. Like this. A notification appeared. Refinement rank 10. The circle slowly revealed the mana measurement number. Another message appeared. Threshold exceeded. Please reset to the standard threshold. Everyone buzzed with excitement. What? It exceeded the standard threshold? There's even something like that? Damien shouted in astonishment. Amazing. Asta turned calmly and said the device must have glitched and needs to be retested. The teacher replied helplessly. Probably. But Damien shot a glance and asserted, That's not right. He grinned mischievously. I know it's definitely like that. The teacher awkwardly pointed and said, It's been reset, please measure again. Asta obediently complied, yes. A notification appeared. Experience rating rank 3, total mana rank 15. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, so it was an error earlier, figured as much. Asta also exhaled relief this time. He was more careful, so it's okay. Balancing is really difficult. Suddenly someone swore. Damn it. Asta snorted and asked, Damien, why would you say that? Damien seemed to be freaking out as he replied, You said you've encountered things like this, so what else would I say? Damn right. Asta didn't answer but glanced away, worried. Outside the school, it was a sunny afternoon. At Mana Academy No. 1, Jirata stood with her arms crossed, looking out the window with a grave expression. She glanced and mused that Mana Academy No. 2 was undergoing renovations smoothly. Jirata stared into the distance, wondering why Declan, specifically the Mage Callahan, had fought with Perrin. Then Jirata sighed. Well, Professor Perrin was once renowned in his day. He can handle himself, that's not my concern. A teacher approached and broke the silence. Professor, I'm Yorby. He carried a stack of papers over. I've brought today's mana measurement data. Jirata reviewed them and thought to herself that this term's baseline is fairly high for Ion. Compared to the Deny House, is a bit of a pity. She paused on Damien's file. Damien, the figure with the top-tier talent in Blander's history, must be carefully guided. Suddenly, Jirata's eyes widened in surprise. Asta's file appeared and froze her. Aster, there was an error on the first measurement. Please retest. Jirata then pondered that the error had exceeded the set threshold. She frowned in displeasure. Aster, huh? Asta pointed directly at Damien and said, That damn thing's mine to use, and don't argue with me, why can't I have it? I want it. Someone pleaded helplessly. Hey, you too. Could you stop using it? Please? In an instant, a blue dragon took shape. Buddy, how are you? Damien frowned and asked seriously, Do you think that's okay? Meanwhile, Asta lowered his eyes and replied indifferently, I think that's enough. He immediately concluded. Then this is version 2 of Blood, Sweat, and Tears. At that point, Asta suddenly offered a suggestion. Wait. Make it a bit more flexible, have the wings spread and open its mouth like it's about to lunge forward. He paused, then added, Do you remember the lion statue at home? It looks more stylish with its mouth open. Chenbia, sitting nearby, widened her eyes and exclaimed, Wow, that method is really simple. Damien cried out in sudden delight. Oh, I like that. Watching Damien attentively tweak it, he thought to himself that the magnificent creature was only the shape of a simple dodecahedron, and they were playing with the mana control test like that. Chinbi despaired, crying without tears. This world is really vast, I'm a lost cause. Meanwhile, Asta glanced at him and sighed. I get how you feel, but what can you do? You must accept reality and keep moving forward. Just then, Damien suddenly called out to him. Buddy. He beamed brightly and said, Today was really fun. I think coming to the academy was a great idea. Asta was immediately surprised and opened his eyes wide at Damien's remark. Then he quickly composed himself and let out a snort of laughter, but felt genuinely relieved. Not long after, at the academy's dormitory building, Asta sat pensively, looking down at the bag in his hands. He held the bag with both hands and began calculating. Callahan's space pouch has a lock, but given magical security principles and the mana landscape, I could probably break the user's established mana structure. Asta frowned slightly and muttered that with proper equipment it wouldn't take a week because he'd have to do it secretly in his room. It took a whole month. An image of some spiritual potion flashed into his mind. Well, at least I didn't only do this all this time, I also dissolved the potion I got from Blander into mana. At that moment, a memory of Asta propping his chin appeared, having absorbed quite a bit of useful knowledge from this academy. He forcefully opened the space pouch with both hands anyway. I can open it now, open it. Asta began rummaging through the space pouch to see what was inside. He suddenly pulled his hand back with a handful of newly found medicine. This is a vial. Next, Asta pulled out a large cloak. This one was useless. But he then took out a silver bracelet. This is a protective item. Asta calmly glanced down and activated the bracelet. It might be quite useful, its protective resistance isn't bad for this tier. A moment later, he continued rummaging through the space pouch. Where is that thing? Here it is. Asta held up the book he had. Declan's prophetic grimoire, Red Flame. Farron's smirking face suddenly flashed to mind. It's a branch of southern fire developed by its researcher. A cursed magic capable of dissolving even energy shields. Thinking that, he tucked the book back into the space. Of course, only masters can truly burn through shields. You can't learn it in a night, so I'll study it slowly. Asta unconsciously rolled his eyes and murmured that now he remembered today was that day. Midterm exams. Now the academy grounds were crowded with students. Damien shouted excitedly, "Midterms! Midterms!" Asta beside him complained, "Too crowded." Chenbia said, "Classes from M1 to ours have gathered." Seconds later, he suddenly leaned in to ask quietly, "Hey, have you heard anything?" Asta asked back, "Heard what?" Chinbi smirked and replied that they said it's very likely the midterm will be a canyon raid. Few days ago, M1 students overheard admin saying they had to refurbish the canyon during this busy time. Hearing that, he just fell silent and thought to himself that Chinbi said the midterm consists of 3 practical tests. An image of a dim stone corridor flashed up the trial chamber where you must traverse sewer-like passages like a maze to reach the goal. Next came images of Rolling Hills Canyon raids, meaning reaching target points in order, first come first served. Finally, there were simulated opponents, the simulation room where you'd fight enemies or monsters. The canyon raid included there. Asta snorted and thought that the format didn't matter as long as I surpass everyone. It's fine. But then, considering something, he silently judged that Chinbia probably won't do well. Meanwhile, Chinbi was calculating. If it's a canyon raid, everyone starts here together, and the kids will cast spells everywhere. So we should maintain defensive magic and push forward. At that moment, a stern voice suddenly rose, and everyone fell silent. Someone stood somewhere, long hair blowing very distinguished. Farron looked around and introduced himself. "I am Professor Farron, in charge of Class M1 in the Magic Department. I've been assigned as the proctor for today's midterm." When Asta saw him, he smiled. "Long time no see. Professor Farron, those dark circles under your eyes look deeper than the last time I saw you." Farron stood before the crowd and continued, "As you all know, today is the midterm." He parted his lips slightly and spoke each word gently. "Today's test is..." The final 3 words made Chinbia's face go pale at once. "The trial chamber." He trembled and muttered, "No way, what about my plan?" Damien beside him added a line that stabbed Chinbia's heart. "You liar." Farron rolled his eyes once and said, "Next I'll explain the rules. Line up by class and prepare." After a moment he snapped his fingers. "The purpose of the test is very simple." With an instant spell cast just behind Farron, the trial chamber was a subterranean maze of tunnels. If you reach the final door, you complete the test. Whichever path you take, you'll eventually get there, so don't worry. Chinbi exhaled in relief at that. It sounds easy. As soon as he finished speaking, Farron snapped his fingers again. But that would make it a pointless race. In the blink of an eye, a simulated monster appeared. A golem. Chinbi froze the moment he saw it. "What? A golem on the test? What is this?" On the other side, Damien squinted and warned, "Watch your mouth, buddy." Farron then continued to explain, "After all, it's just a clumsy combat machine. At its level, it's a bit tough, but we've exposed its core and reduced its durability, so you should be able to defeat it easily." He paused before adding that still, in an enclosed space, it will catch you immediately. That's difficult. Farron fell silent and listened to the students murmuring. If it were open terrain, it wouldn't be so bad. But he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Mages really lacked decisiveness. Farron suddenly recalled the image of that boy in his mind. Polar had shown the determination to push himself to the limit, but was it because of the environment? He glanced coldly but noted that there were still some quite useful students. The first to catch Farron's eye was a female student with blue eyes, people who, despite being anxious, still showed resolve. Next was another student with short brown hair, someone whose gaze showed no fear of death. Then his gaze shifted to a male student wearing an arrogant smile. Finally, he saw Damien sulking and sucking his thumb. Farron thought to himself that this student was out. He didn't seem very resourceful. He fell silent, lips parting slightly. Then Farron cleared his throat and uttered 2 words. "Enough." He explained unemotionally that the golem would only target those who were alert in the corridors. You will decide whether to defeat it or avoid it. Saying that, Farron produced a small bracelet. Each of you will be issued a test bracelet. and these bracelets provide protection similar to an energy shield. He then clenched his hand to activate the gadget's mechanism if the energy shield breaks. That person is disqualified and the golem will stop attacking them. It's a brilliant competitive system. The students looked at one another nervously. No one dared speak carelessly. Farron looked over the crowd and concluded with one sentence. Finally, because you have all been too passive, I will make a proposal. He suddenly gave a chilling smile and said, "Show me an impressive face, it doesn't matter who arrives first or how many get eliminated." Farron's next words thrilled Asta. Whoever shows an impressive face will receive a personal prize. A reward by no means ordinary, he grinned inwardly. Not ordinary, huh? In the school there was one place renowned above all. The largest library on the eastern continent, La Fighter. The library was divided into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower, and the only tier I could access was the lower one. Inside this place, Asta stood before a bookshelf, lost in thought. When I came looking for clues about the fire seal, I couldn't even find a single grimoire in the lower tier. Related information quickly surfaced in his mind. To find clues I would need to investigate at least the middle tier of the library, but the middle and upper tiers were only open to royalty, great nobles, or prestigious houses. Otherwise, the only way in was to be recommended by 3 or more professors. Returning to the present, Asta looked at the scene ahead and mulled it over. In that case, I have to earn Professor Farron's reward, although I only want to improve bit by bit. People around me never leave me alone. He gave a sly smile and thought to himself, anyway, I've memorized the entire layout, let's see if I can calmly get through the midterm evaluation. Above, the sky was clear and bright, while below, an important contest was underway. The explanation for the practical test ends here. We'll give you time to prepare, collect the necessary materials from the teaching assistants. Suddenly 2 students ran up hurriedly to ask, "Teh, do you have explosive petals? Also, some flint." Hearing that, the assistant didn't hesitate to refuse. "Your primary attribute is fire, pass." At that moment another student stepped forward to plead, "TA, I need a golem controller set." The young man again decisively refused. "Don't try to take a shortcut, pass." Behind them, Asta watched them bustle about and remarked helplessly, "What a mess, it's hard to tell who's a mage and who's just a thug." A familiar voice suddenly rang out and caught his attention. "Professor." On the other side, Damien was casually making a request. "Give me vine seeds, just 20 will do." The assistant looked at him puzzled and asked, "I'm not a professor, but you said vine seeds, Damien, your main attribute is..." Instantly he demonstrated his power to the assistant. "I have no attribute, but I can use plant magic." Seeing that, the assistant fell silent and replied, "I understand." So Damien successfully got the item, and he thanked them cheerfully. "Thank you so much." Behind him, Chinbi swallowed hard to gather courage. Asta stood quietly beside him, observing every reaction. Even Damien, who seemed to like playing around, was preparing in his own way. Could Chinbi break out of his shell this time? A few minutes later, the preparation time was up. Perrin's announcement echoed in everyone's ears. "Now we will assign starting points, confirm your name, and proceed to the corresponding spot." Asta and his 2 friends studied the map intently. He looked at the board to find his position, me, at starting point number 3. After checking, he scanned his friends' positions to see where the others were. At that moment Damien was already waving happily and heading off. "Hey, see you inside." Chinbia also smiled and offered well wishes. "Aster, Damien, good luck on the exam." Asta didn't reply, only thought seriously each person had a different starting point. Seconds later he reached his spot. It seemed there were 6 people at point 3, all strangers, which reminded him of when he was a supervisor and assigned to another unit. Very uncomfortable. Suddenly someone approached and asked, "Are you Aster?" He glanced at the 3 youths and silently sized them up. "What's the matter? They don't look like members of Group M3. I've never seen faces so arrogant and haughty." The leader of the youths spoke arrogantly. "I'm Daibi. I heard you're pretty good at fighting, so I want to make you an offer." Asta calmly replied, "Go ahead." Immediately Daibi grinned with pride and declared, "I want to buy the bracelets of those who get eliminated." He eagerly proposed the deal, 30 gold coins apiece. "Including you and us, there are 3 of us. If we eliminate the other 3, I'll give you 90 gold. Hearing that, Asta silently calculated, 30 gold coins equivalent to a month's wages for an average family for a single bracelet. That's not a bad price. Across from him, Daibi continued, this isn't a bad offer for a drifter in the gray district like you. Even if the young master protects you now, how long do you think that'll last? You'd better carve out your own path. He still didn't answer, only watched him quietly. What he said wasn't entirely unreasonable. Asta calmly and quickly thought it through. Others might call this a cowardly deal, but these guys simply know how to use what they have. If they have extra money, who am I to judge? Clearly it's to their advantage, but, he asked in puzzlement, why 90 gold? Daibi, assuming the money was short, casually raised the price. Not enough? Fine. I'll raise it to 35 per bracelet, 105 total. Before he could finish, Asta cut him off quickly. Even so, the math still didn't add up. Asta pointed toward the 3 people over there and said, it seems I'll have to recalculate for you young masters, 3 of you, right? Daibi affirmed, that's right. Then Asta pointed at the 3 men beside him. And with you, that makes 6 of us. Daibi answered cautiously, exactly. Asta then spoke seriously. So why don't you factor your own lives into the price, 35 gold per life? That totals 210 gold. Hearing that, all 3 of them went blank at once. Anger welled up in Daibi's chest. What kind of loan shark calculation is that? You crude bastard, don't you know your place? Where does that confidence of yours come from? But he restrained himself and replied, 35 gold isn't enough? Fine, I'll raise it to 40, no more. Asta smiled with satisfaction. Then the total is 240. Hearing that, Daibi muttered in disbelief. Is he crazy? Suddenly he sneered as if he'd figured something out. Now I get it, you pathetic loser, trying to use this chance to stuff your pockets. Daibi arrogantly taunted Asta inwardly, not realizing that such greed could be your undoing. I suppose an uneducated oaf like you can't see that coming. What a waste of time. He ground his teeth in irritation. To carry out the lady's orders, there's no better hunting dog than Aster. But if this dog goes mad, we'll have to find another way. Disgusted, Daibi turned to leave. So the negotiation's over? Fine, consider me deaf to this. But Asta didn't want to stop and coldly ordered, where do you think you're going? Fine, go, but leave payment for your bracelets before you go. Daibi spun back around and shouted angrily, what nonsense are you spouting? Asta calmly explained, if we load 3 packages and 3 people onto one cart and you take the packages, then at least you should pay for those people, right? Then he smiled slyly and demanded, give back what you owe, 120 gold, 40 per life. It was as if something snapped inside Daibi's head. The companion next to him couldn't hold back and swore in anger, you low-born bastard. I've never seen such an insolent thug, how dare you forget your place? The youth sneered derisively, do you think noble Daibi is the same as you? Even his distant ancestors held the title of Baron. On the other side, Daibi calmly called, Faken. Faken, unbothered, still spoke up angrily. Daibi, don't stop me today, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. He called the name again. Faken. This time he realized something was off and immediately fell silent and looked back. Daibi, pressure and anger in his voice, ordered, will you quit it? Then he took out a pouch of coins and handed it to Asta. 120 gold. You said so? I'll give it to you. Inside, he tried to calm himself. Steady, Daibi, serving the young lady's orders is more important than these fools. Daibi forced himself to think of the great benefits to stay rational. If we close a deal with her, our guild will grow many times over. Meanwhile, Asta took the pouch and nonchalantly said, I didn't realize she was someone of such importance. He then said gleefully, well then, the price for a client of such high status must be double, totaling 160 gold coins. Daibi remained calm as he handed over the money. Fine, 160 gold coins. Then he coldly stared at Asta and threatened, from this moment on I'll show you how miserable your life can be for 160 gold, just sit back and watch. Overhead, the sun hung high. At last it was time to enter. The instructor activated the magic array on one side while reminding them, and I repeat, if your bracelet stops working, you will be disqualified. The force field will activate when the body receives a physical attack. Chenbia raised his hand to inspect the bracelet as he listened to the teacher's warning, or a blow infused with mana. He anxiously stared at his hand as the judge's voice rang in his ear. If the force field is destroyed, the bracelet will drop on the spot. On the other side, Damien paid little attention and listened absent-mindedly. The wearer will be automatically teleported out of the test area, so there's no risk of serious injury. Not far away, Dahlia furrowed her brow and focused her mind. The brown-haired girl also stared ahead, tense. Asta, meanwhile, waited indifferently for the start. Behind him, Daibi glared at him with narrowed eyes. Over there, after the teacher finished explaining the rules, he turned and nodded in signal. Perrin raised his cup of water and, leisurely, ordered, "Begin." Immediately, each magic array lit up. The other teachers quickly brought up the screens. Teleportation complete. Internal footage playing. The evaluation begins. Perrin glanced at the images, silently assessing. Dahlia and Damien are at the same starting point, and also, suddenly a screen malfunctioned, making the young man extremely uneasy. "What's wrong with this?" The one beside him asked in surprise. "What? The screen's off. Didn't you check the magic eye?" He quickly denied it. "No, I checked it thoroughly." Perrin set his cup down and said calmly, "Enough. I've checked the magic eye once as well. So, which starting point is it?" The young man turned his head and reported hesitantly, "It's number 3. At that position, Asta, in a state of extreme anger, declared, "Young masters, you are fined an additional 320 for insolence." The sun blazed high in the sky. On the ground, the assistants activated the arrays while explaining the rules. "Let me reiterate, if your bracelet stops working, you will be disqualified. The magical shield activates on direct physical hits or any attack infused with mana. Even if the shield is destroyed, the bracelet will remain." In the arena, Asta listened calmly to every word. The wearer will be forcibly teleported outside the challenge area, so don't worry about getting seriously hurt. And behind him, Daibi glared at him with resentment. After finishing the rules, Perrin immediately announced, "You may begin." Instantly, each group was teleported into the arena. A few seconds later, they all appeared at their designated spots. Teleportation complete. As the arrays vanished, Asta immediately condensed a blue orb and said, "All right, dear customers." He directed the orb to strike the ceiling while turning to taunt. "Your stares look like you want to drill a hole through my neck." He jeered contemptuously, "We don't have much time, so let's get started." Hearing that, the 3 Daibi men immediately mobilized and targeted Asta. Daibi sneered arrogantly, mocking, "You arrogant brat, let's see how long that confidence of yours lasts." Immediately a fireball appeared and shot rapidly toward Asta. He moved quickly to dodge, analyzing inwardly. "Let's see, getting hit by magic means disqualification and forced teleportation in that case." Asta's figure swept past the fireball like a gust of wind. Then he nimbly closed in on the 3 men and raised his leg to strike. "Just dodge and hit, and if I withdraw my mana right before impact." You could see his foot delivering a powerful kick. Daibi couldn't react in time and was struck in the neck by Asta, who calmly thought to himself that they wouldn't be marked as eliminated. Moments later, he spun around and began punching and kicking the companion next to him repeatedly, beating them with this new method, which felt pretty satisfying. He didn't stop there. Asta bent to avoid another fireball while finishing off the remaining man, feeling ecstatic wonderful. A moment later, only he was standing straight there and spoke up. "Our young master must be filthy rich to recruit all these guys so quickly." "Well then, now." Asta glared at Daibi and declared coldly, "That'll be 320 gold for the arrogance fine, and from now on I'll dock 1 silver per strike. Agreed?" In the maze, dust from the recent fight still swirled everywhere. Daibi forced himself to stand, cursing angrily. "You bastard." His face was swollen, but that didn't stop the insults pouring from his mouth. "Just you wait. How dare you? Scum like you." Asta didn't bother to listen. He quickly used magic to silence Daibi. "Shut up." Then he looked at the aura around him and calculated. "Let's see, that's 100 hits, so deduct 10 gold. It's hard to control my strength without Damien here. After all, victims and perpetrators can't be mixed up." He picked up the bracelets, not giving it much thought, and clearly he was the victim. Asta put the items away, a bit bored and thoughtful. "Okay, I've got 6 bracelets now, what?" He sat down on the ground and pondered. "I need references from at least 3 people, so I still need 2 more after receiving Professor Farron's reward, meaning another professor will have to vouch for me." Asta propped his chin and thought, how should I put on an impressive performance? His gaze landed on the surrounding architecture and an idea flashed. Maybe I should just destroy the whole challenge hall. I'd only need to break the 4 pillars supporting the foundation. But Asta rubbed his head and dismissed the thought. Am I crazy? I can't do that. I would become the enemy of the entire eastern continent. With no better idea, he gave up for now. Why stress over it? There's no one to fight. I'll just go out and see. He walked off muttering under his breath. By the way, I wonder if those guys are okay. At that moment, from the other side of the area, groans kept rising. Hey, isn't that cheating? Damn, you can do that? A terrified youth widened his eyes and pleaded. If this keeps up, we'll all be disqualified, young master. Please, he begged tearlessly, let us pass. And what had them like that was the golem Damien controlled, who just smiled with obvious delight and refused. No way. With no other option, the 3 had to flee. One attacked the golem while shouting, how can he control a golem with vine seed? His companion also struggled and complained, damn it, those vines are blocking my magic. Suddenly a youth unfortunately tripped over a stone in the path. It sent him tumbling to the ground. At the same time, it kept him from running, and he watched the golem approach with a face full of fear. When he saw it raise its hand to strike, he couldn't help but scream out. On another side of the arena, Chinbia said sternly, all right, listen up everyone, I just want to get through this test. Okay? He hurriedly hid behind a wall and shouted, please. So please, stop attacking. Unfortunately, his classmates refused. You're just a commoner. Shut up and hand over your bracelet. Over there, after a while, the white-haired girl, exhausted and panting from attacking, ordered, hey, you go grab it. Hearing that, the brown-haired girl snapped in refusal. What, me? Why me? What if you stab me in the back? Seeing this, the first girl had to soften her tone and suggest, then let that guy stay busy until his mana runs out. The brown-haired girl retorted bluntly, how can I trust you? You just stabbed that guy in the back. Behind the wall, Chunbia saw the situation and confirmed the opportunity. Now, he decisively stood up and slipped away. Chunbia ignored the arguing behind him, kept his goal clear, and headed in one direction. He shouldn't be greedy. All he needed was to pass the test, and that would be enough. So he ran quietly for a stretch. Suddenly Chinbia was astonished to notice something unusual. He raised his hand in puzzlement and muttered, what's wrong with my bracelet? Then he guessed irritably, was I hit by a spell without realizing it? So I'm out after all. Chunbia sat on his heels in the corner thinking, I'll probably be teleported any second now. Then someone sneered, hello, you bookworms of the Zenayan Academy. At the sound of that voice, Chunbia flinched and widened his eyes in alarm. That sinister voice. That guy isn't from the academy. The situation forced him to jump up on guard, while the enemy continued speaking. You may not know who we are, but I'm sure some of you can guess. And if you do, then you know exactly why we're doing this. At the same time, the voice reached Damien. I have a message for that one. We have no demands, only the price to pay for insulting the great. Damien heard only a few words and frowned in disgust, commenting, what? How creepy. Beside him, the golem emitted a strange little noise, but no one had time to notice as the attacker coldly declared, today, right here. He arrogantly proclaimed, all of you students will die. At that moment, all the surveillance screens outside went black. An assistant hurriedly reported that the control system had crashed. Inside, the intruder kept goading, there's no way out now, die in despair. Opposing that brutality were the teacher's panicked announcements. All the magic eyes have stopped working. An assistant couldn't hold back and shouted in anger, damn it, who the hell are you? At that point, Perrin suddenly braced himself on the table, stood up, and said solemnly, enough. He calmly commanded, don't waste any energy, go find the professors immediately, and make sure Professor Felina is brought here. The assistant turned and replied quickly, yes, sir. Following that, the young man rushed off to relay orders. Call the professors right now, find Professor Felina, the dean, contact the head of the academy too, hurry. As for Perrin, he was so furious he smashed the tabletop. Perrin's face was now terrifying with fury. Those damn vermin, how dare they? Back at the arena, a damaged golem lay toppled against the wall. Asta ruffled his hair and muttered under his breath in annoyance. Damn it, what made him react like that was the dozens of other golems steadily closing in around them. Seeing them surround him, Asta snapped angrily, "What the hell is this?" Asta's figure moved with incredible agility, striking the golems before him. The more he fought, the worse his mood became. About 10 minutes had passed since the voice had echoed across the testing area. He looked at the golems in growing dread. Golems, which should be slow and stiff, were now fast and nimble. Asta watched their movements and quickly deduced that they were pinpointing his location and rushing in to attack. On guard and deep in thought, he realized the gate golems charging on their own meant someone had tampered with the control system. They must have dragged all the golems out of storage, which explained the sheer numbers. Asta broke into a big, exhilarated grin. Who do they think they're messing with? I'm the guy who solves trouble number 1. I've survived everything except one aerial battle. Instantly, he formed a power sphere and charged forward boldly. I'll crush every one of you. Elsewhere in the maze, Chunbia trudged along dejectedly. He frowned and thought miserably that if he'd known it would be like this, he would have been eliminated earlier. He thought he was going to die. No, he wasn't dead yet, so he must be about to die. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching his location. Chunbia stared ahead and wondered to himself who the survivor could be. As the distance closed, Asta's silhouette came sharply into view. Chunbia immediately waved excitedly and yelled, but his voice faltered weakly because a horde of golems was right behind him in pursuit. And Asta, gliding past him, casually warned, "Is that you, Chunbia? Run." Chunbia immediately screamed in panic and quickly ran after him. Asta glanced at the boy and pondered, "I sensed someone and came to check, but it's not Damien. At this rate Chunbia will be caught with that pathetic stamina. It's time for Plan B." He decisively demanded, "Chunbia, give me your bracelet." Hearing that, the boy looked over in confusion. Asta calmly explained, "The golem's detection range isn't that wide. The way they're relentlessly chasing us." He bluntly exposed the oddity. "It means the bracelet is linked to the control system. They're acting like alarms." Hearing this, Chunbia took his bracelet out to inspect it. Following that, Chunbia anxiously asked, "What about you, Asta?" He replied without panic, "I've been marked as the target, so my chance of survival is higher if they keep focusing on me while you escape. I'll hold them off and then go find Damien." Asta stated calmly, "And you have family, right?" He spoke seriously, "Those who can live should survive." Hearing that, Chunbia froze and widened his eyes. Then he fell silent and looked down at the ground. Suddenly Chunbia recalled his family's words. "My son, don't worry about anything and focus on your magic. No matter what anyone says, don't let them discourage you. Got it? Brother, you have to teach me after you graduate." He pressed his lips together, seemingly making some inner resolve. Then Chunbia, eyes brimming with tears, shouted loudly, Damn it, you have to live, we have to meet again." Asta took the bracelet and smiled reassuringly. "I know." Right behind, Chunbia plunged into a sprint. He had no other choice, he had to survive. Images of his family flashed through his mind. His parents who bought him a grimoire instead of food, his sister forced to quit school because of him, the rights his family should have enjoyed. Chunbia ran with everything he had toward that ideal of family. "I have to give those back to them." But suddenly he remembered his mother's last words. "Chunbia, the pride and hope of our family." Chunbia slowed to a stop, dazed, wondering if he was someone to be proud of. He stood frozen, replaying the labels people had put on him, hesitating, "Cowardly and not brave at all, a nobody like me." Then Chunbia turned his head to look back. He saw Asta fighting the golems, and he asked himself, "Am I someone worthy of pride if I abandon my friends?" No. Resolutely he spun back around. "I can't let guilt crush me any longer. No matter how ordinary I am, I will never." He firmly raised both hands. Immediately a golden light surrounded him. Deep inside, Chunbia made his choice. "I'm never giving up." He quickly marshaled the power in his body. "I must use the strongest magic I know." His master's image flashed through his mind as Chunbia prayed sincerely. "The spell my master, the one who unlocked my talent, left behind, please." He strained so hard that his nose bled. But that couldn't stop his action, please. In an instant a spear formed from earth and stone. "Please work." Earth spear. Chunbia gritted his teeth and stared fiercely ahead. His mind jumped to his master's words. "What do you think? Doesn't that name sound impressive?" Chunbia still remembered his master's proud face. And then, look closely. That master had pictured the technique perfectly, the grandeur of it, like a cavalry lance, piercing everything. Back in the present, Chinbia looked utterly miserable, but he paid it no mind and shouted, "Aster." Startled by the sound, Asta turned to look. Chinbia thrust the spear forcefully forward. It instantly became a golden streak of lightning that pierced into the golems and obliterated everything. Asta stared at the scene in disbelief and concluded. This magic not only changed the shape of the stone in the trial hall, it changed its very nature. He was dumbstruck. Changing both form and essence is extremely difficult. Asta's feelings grew wildly complicated. Meanwhile, after the strike, Chinbia coughed up blood. He now looked pathetic and battered. Seeing that, Asta was certain it was a level of magic Chinbia shouldn't be able to control. Suddenly Chinbia couldn't stay on his feet and collapsed. Asta rushed over and supported him. Then he calmly called Chinbia. He forced a proud smile. "Long ago my master, or that's how I guess you addressed him, gave me this spell called Earth Spear. The name sounds kinda grand, doesn't it?" Asta remarked calmly that it wasn't really such an impressive name. Chinbia, doubtful, asked if that was true. Asta softened and amended. "But it's not completely without grandeur." He added, "With spells like these, the caster ultimately has to prove them. Whether they're grand or not depends entirely on what you do." Chinbia, moved, called his name Aster. But before he could speak, Asta quickly poured medicine into his mouth. "So stop acting like you're about to die. You won't die from that." Chinbia groaned in pain. "It stings and it itches so much." After he recovered a bit, Asta finally had time to consider the next step. Now, what to do with him? He couldn't take him along, but he couldn't leave him behind either. Beside him, Chinbia looked at his body in astonishment and wondered if this was the power of the medicine. Asta closed his eyes to sense the enemy's positions, to see. The maze map appeared clearly in his mind. "If I can sense a presence, it's in that direction." Then Asta stood and directed his friend. "Chinbia, go straight that way. At the fork, keep right and you'll run into the other trainees." Hearing that, Chinbia anxiously asked, "Aster, what about you?" He didn't answer but turned his face to scan the surroundings. A strange red aura was emanating from one direction. The flow of magic toward the control room was odd, familiar, but not Deculin's method. Asta's expression grew serious as he replied, "There's something I need to do." Inwardly he decided he had to investigate. Cut to Asta's location. As he rushed forward, he began to sense something. "Where have I felt this before?" It's a memory of something. Not Deculin, but something that brushed past. Thinking that, our protagonist reached the bend. He turned his head to the side and, seeing something, froze. Before him was some kind of dimensional tunnel radiating an immensely intense aura. Instantly a name flashed through Asta's mind. This is the demon realm, of course. No wonder it feels so familiar. This flow of demonic energy is unforgettable. And there are demonic beasts around. As he thought that, Asta glanced around a bit. On the surface, several human-shaped black shadows were surfacing. They even recreated the cursed creatures that had terrorized the continent centuries ago, always committing the worst imaginable atrocities. Prizen, that rotten sewer rat. At the thought of that name, Asta broke into a terrifying smile. Elsewhere, inside the control room of the trial hall, Prizen was grinning like a harvest. "Ha! It's a success. It's a success. A demonic beast has actually appeared. The demon realm has manifested perfectly. Before, it was only half success when the demonic aura first appeared. But this time it's completely successful. All thanks to this artifact," he said, looking at his glove. In his mind, he replayed what happened. Using isolated space, he slipped inside without any obstacle. With the invading demonic aura, he seized control of the control room, not only gaining command but recreating the demon realm. What a magnificent scene! At that moment, a shadow appeared behind him and asked, "Success? You didn't half-ass it, did you?" Prizen smiled smugly at that. "Just creating the obstructing aura fulfilled our contract. The professor you're targeting will fail on his own." In response came the cold voice of the big man. He set the terms. "Fine. I don't care how, as long as Genion Academy, the one protecting that professor, is destroyed." Prizen bowed and replied, his tone tinged with mockery. "Yes, very well. The great Bimar family's watchdog act like you have any other choice. At that taunt, how could the hunting dog remain silent? He snarled a warning. If you want to live, don't let that filthy mouth mention our family name again. Turning back to Prizen, he didn't dare utter another word. Yet contemptuous thoughts crowded his mind. After all, this guy is just a vassal of Deculin, always standing there acting superior. What a coward. But once this contract is finished, House Bimar will give me my own laboratory. I can put up with him until then. More importantly, creating the demon realm means fulfilling the cult's wish. What a thrilling joy. Come on, the forbidden arts will be saved. Those old men in that council will drool over me and back me. The more he thought, the more excited he became, even starting to salivate. However, his pleasure was cut short when the big man in front of him spoke up. Hey, Prizen, how's control of the core going? There's a trainee approaching. That voice snapped Prizen out of his daydreams, but he quickly brightened. Oh, a trainee? Haha. The first test subject has appeared. The big man looked puzzled and glanced at Prizen. Prizen chuckled and briefed him. Aren't you curious what happens when a human is exposed to such a huge amount of demonic energy? As he spoke, he watched the monitor where Asta stood before the demon realm gate and continued. Maybe he'll go mad or drop dead instantly, because creating that obstructing aura is all anyone knows how to do. But according to old texts, humans with magic power or ether are different. They undergo a phenomenon called beastification of humans. The beasts act purely on madness. Alright, so what will you do now? Golems at his back, demonic beasts in front, there's nowhere to run. At most he could just charge forward, right? But it's not that much of a bother. Just then he suddenly saw Asta glare at him as if the boy could see right through the surveillance magic. This surprised Prizen a little. Then he noticed Asta's lips whisper a few words. Get ready, Prizen. Beside him, the big man looked at Prizen with curiosity and asked, Have you met that kid before? Prizen shook his head, puzzled. Huh? No. Who is that kid? How does he know my name? What the hell is going on? Just as he thought that, his eyes widened when he saw Asta take out several experimental bracelets. Next, on the monitor, the demonic beasts charged in unison to attack. Seeing this, Asta took a big step back to gain momentum, then lunged forward at breakneck speed. As a result, before the beasts could reach him, they were the ones struck first. He moved with blistering speed and left an experimental bracelet on those demonic beasts. That bracelet is how the golems identify their enemies. So immediately they switched their target to the demonic beasts. Asta himself merely said coldly, From now on, slaughter each other. In the control room, Prizen quickly realized Asta's plan. His face went pale as if sick and he yelled, No, my children. But before he could worry more for his children, he suddenly noticed something else. Wait, what about that kid? How is he so fast? Through the monitor, he watched Asta dash forward like a bolt of lightning. He hurriedly turned to the big guy beside him and pleaded, Hey, stop him. Stop him right now. You idiots. He's breaking through. Move. Hurry up. No sooner had he finished speaking than a tremendous explosion rang out behind them. Meanwhile, Asta had successfully infiltrated the laboratory. He immediately called out, Long time no see, Prizen. We finally meet, huh? Elsewhere, Chunbia, face pale with fear, stammered the same line. Yes, we finally meet. How have you been lately, Damien? Right? In front of him, Damien was using his vine magic to control several golems. He smiled and replied, Exactly. I'm here to protect my friends. Here, look, these are Cerberus number 1, number 2, and number 3. Cool, Chinbia stammered, though inwardly puzzled. Wow, you can use golems like that? Before they could chat further, a white-haired girl asked, Hey, how did you get here alone? Hearing that, Chunbia unconsciously explained the way to discard the bracelets that Asta had told him. With the bracelets, right? Didn't they throw theirs away already? Seeing that the bracelets were still on their wrists, he panicked and shouted, Everyone, throw off your bracelets. Logum is tracking us through them. The white-haired girl glanced at her own bracelet, but before she could react, another mocking voice sounded, Ha ha, ridiculous. This is the trial area. Why would I trust you and toss my bracelet? Right? Are you saying you intend to steal everyone's bracelets here? The accusing voice made Chunbia's face tighten with stress. The bob-haired student pressed, firing questions. Your real intention is to steal everyone's bracelets here, right? Chunbia warned seriously. Are the bracelets really that important? They're linked to the control system. They're basically signal devices. He didn't believe it and pressed on. Did you figure that out yourself? He flustered. No, Aster told me. The bob-haired student laughed. I knew it. He sneered. You threw away your bracelet after being tricked by a sewer rat in the gray zone, and now you want to cheat again just to avoid failing the exam. Like attracts like, said the student mockingly. Even you, the class's diligent one, were corrupted by a sewer rat. Others murmured at this, leaving Bia momentarily at a loss for words. But a second later, he ground his teeth. Don't act like you know everything. Chunbia recalled the moment Asta told him to run while he dealt with the golems. Aster did it for me. A voice pulled him out of the memory. When I first met Aster, Damien stepped forward grandly and recounted. I asked him what was wrong with me, and he answered immediately without hesitation. You have a friend, he said. You look so steady now, and without hesitation he tore the band from his wrist and declared it, so I trust my friend. Damien casually tossed the bracelet to the ground. I don't need this. Take as many as you want. You quickly snapped back to your usual tone and urged, let's go, Chunbia. He stared in surprise. Damien. A question rose in Bia's mind. You're not that kind of person. Who are you? Really? Back to Asta, he was now facing the two Prizens. Long time no see, Prizen, so we finally meet, he said. Asta curled his lip in an excited smile. I even went into the demon realm to kill you back then, didn't expect to run into you here. He listened in confusion, looking between Asta and the man beside him and protesting. Crazy guy. I don't even know who you are. What demon realm? Hound, what are you doing? Isn't your job to protect me? The hound snapped suspiciously. Are you sure this is your first time meeting him? Prizen asserted. I told you so. He sighed. Phoenix. The hound's hand tightened on the sickle. Kid. It's the contract. I have no other choice. A murderous intent radiated from him as he glared at Asta and warned. I'll kill you without leaving a trace. Asta frowned slightly. Bimar, one of Deculin's vassal houses. Asta searched his memory. Bimar's secret arts, wind magic, famed for speed and piercing strikes, almost like archers, and what they produce by training a single backward child. At that, he looked back at the man before him, the hound. A true warhound, a leader on the battlefield. Yet a doubt rose in Asta's heart. He knit his brows and demanded, why is Bimar's hound allied with that damned sewer rat? The hound glared at Asta, his killing intent undisguised. What's your problem? Do you even know who we are? He suddenly growled and shouted. I asked first. Asta emphasized each word, his cold gaze locking onto the other. Why is Bimar's hound with a damned sewer rat? The man choked on the words. What are you, insane, facing death? What's it to you? Asta shouted angrily. Why is Bimar's hound allied with such a filthy sewer rat? Answer me. A vein throbbed on the hound's temple. This madman. He, too, flew into a rage and bellowed. Stop repeating yourself. With that, the hound swung his sickle at Asta. The blade was sharp like a snarling hound's maw, rows of teeth ready to tear prey apart. Asta didn't stand still to watch the attack. He lunged forward instantly. His body moved nimbly, slipping through the whipping chains in the air and charging straight ahead. Amid the rapid exchange, he stubbornly kept demanding, why is Bimar's hound with a damned sewer rat? The hound gritted his teeth and quickly traced a magic circle with his other hand. I told you to stop. You madman, do you know who I am? Why are you obsessed? Immediately, his sickle split into two. Two metal blades spun violently clockwise, screeching sharply. Under the hound's control, they lunged straight at Asta from behind. Asta's eyes were rimmed with blood as he kept firing questions. Bimar, hound, sewer rat. The hound's last strand of reason snapped. His eyes bulged with fierce madness. The hound stomped to gain momentum and leapt. You crazy bastard. I'll tear you apart while you're still breathing, he said confidently. I've enchanted my weapon with absorption whirl. and speed you can't dodge the strike. Suddenly, Asta froze and asked, "Excited are you?" He unexpectedly stepped back at the very moment the two blades lunged at him. Asta thrust both hands up and grabbed the chains linking the weapons. "I've raised dogs before." He yanked hard, and the two sickles froze in place. Their heads slammed into the ground, sending dirt and stones flying. Asta declared, "And dogs get anxious when they hear loud, tense words repeated over and over, just like you now," he said, then laughed like a villain, adding a smug, taunting tone. The hound's eyes went bloodshot. "You filthy dog, how dare you treat others like dogs?" He snarled and swung to strike again. But before he could do anything more dangerous, Asta drove the hound's own sickle into his stomach. "Aren't you Deculin's dog?" Prisen gaped and shouted. "What are you doing, hound? If you lose to a kid like that..." Asta curled his fist, and a surge of electricity spread out. He gave the hound a merciless, powerful blow to the face, an assaulting strike. Prisen watched, frozen, as blood spurted from his ally right in front of him. Asta's voice rang out, startling him. "Prisen, looks like you still prefer hiding behind others, but now it's just the two of us, isn't it?" He sneered coldly. Prisen angrily pulled out a magic bomb. "Damn you, brat!" Asta immediately raised the sickle in his hand high. Before he could activate it, Asta sliced off the shoulder holding the bomb from Prisen's arm. He screamed in pain, "My arm! My arm!" Prisen clutched his bleeding shoulder in panic and glared at Asta. "Who the hell are you? Stay back, get away." He suddenly looked behind him. Something was moving. "The demon realm, yes, the demon realm." Prisen sneered a threat. "If you kill me, you won't stop the demon realm. Will you let your friends die in the demon realm?" Asta's expression went icy. He replied nonchalantly, "So what?" Prisen's eyes widened. "What?" Asta slowly stepped toward Prisen. "Fine, I'll wait. Make sure you enjoy the show. The demon realm devours everyone." His eyes widened, cold and merciless. "Next, it will be your turn." Asta's voice brimmed with killing intent. "Keep laughing while you still can." Prisen stepped back from the pool of blood, thinking in fear, "Damn, what kind of bastard is this? Not just demonic energy, but an entire demonic scene, one that swallows friends whole while he doesn't even blink." This thought made him even more terrified. Recalling Asta's face and glowing red eyes from before, Prisen wondered suspiciously whether he was even human. He stammered to Asta, I can stop the demonic scene in 5 minutes. All your friends." Before he could finish, Asta cut him off. "They'll all die." Prisen asked again. "That may be so, but why?" Asta stepped coldly closer and asked in a low voice, "You're asking why?" Then, abruptly and oddly, he said, "It's simple." As he spoke, he grabbed Prisen's arm that wore the relic and squeezed hard. Prisen screamed in agony. "Mine!" Inside he screamed helplessly, "My relic!" He looked down at his trembling, empty hand and panicked. "Since when?" Asta calmly slipped Prisen's relic onto his own hand and mocked. "This relic, did you think you were the only one who knew how to use it?" When his hand touched the orb, it quickly lit up. Asta let out a dry, nostalgic laugh as memories flooded back vividly. From the orb, a magic circle formed along with a phantom quartz block. A faint spiritual scent wafted from the orb and wrapped around Asta. Prisen stood rooted, staring in stunned silence. He was horrified, his face contorting with tense disbelief. How could that guy? Seeming to read his question, Asta tilted his head toward Prisen and, with a voice utterly devoid of warmth, emphasized, "How could I ever forget you, the one who taught forbidden techniques to the young master?" Then he repeated, "Forbidden techniques." Pausing briefly, he continued in a steady, resonant voice. "They said arms always curl inward. The young master survived, but you didn't. Deculin would pin all the blame on you and execute you. So I hunted you down, because I couldn't hand you over to Deculin. That's the real reason I'm here." Asta fell silent for a moment and said, "It seems I've been chasing you for a long time. I wasn't clear-headed then, so I can't recall the exact span. Even I, who pride myself that there's no one on the continent I can't catch, failed to capture you alone. That shows how cunning and skilled at hiding you are." Hearing this reluctant praise, Prizen eyed him warily. Asta went on. From the gray zones to the dark alleys of the kingdom and the empire's underworld, there's nowhere I haven't searched. My hands are stained with a lot of blood. I chased and kept chasing, and the last place you chose was the demonic scene, he said, then suddenly stopped. Asta pressed his hands to his head and let out a self-mocking laugh, speaking with a raw vulnerability. Yes, the demonic scene. I thought I would go mad. I couldn't find you. Beasts kept charging. My body broke down from the demonic aura, and my spirit felt like it would shatter. Looking at the relic on his hand and the glowing orb, Asta laughed at himself again and said, when I gave up inside the demonic scene and stepped out, someone who handles problems was waiting. He said he had news but didn't have the guts to enter the scene. So he waited outside. Do you know what that news was? Asta tilted his grim, twisted face toward Prizen and recounted with biting irony. They said you were dead, captured by Deculin. You gave up everything. The forbidden techniques and the relic's usage. It was such a disappointment, he continued as he slowly closed in on Prizen. The latter's severed arm kept bleeding, and Prizen whimpered in pain. Breathing ragged and weak, Prizen protested. I don't understand what you're saying. I was never involved with any young master of any clan. Suddenly, Asta slipped his hand into a spatial vortex. He produced a vial, popped its cap, and half sincerely, half mockingly said, You're bleeding a lot. I've been careless. Then he broke into a crazed smile and forced Prizen to drink the whole vial, though he said through clenched teeth, You're not allowed to die yet, so rest a bit and listen to the whole story. Watching the liquid flow into his mouth, Prizen both doubted and schemed inwardly. What is this healing potion? He's saving me. This is my chance. I must find some opening in him to attack to survive. Asta lifted his face, eyes distant as he continued the story. Anyway, to continue, while I was staring at the sky one day, a wyvern flew by. Seeing that sight, I couldn't help but sigh. How free it looked. Asta glanced up at the ceiling, thoughtfully recounting the event, then looked at himself and felt foolish. My revenge, at some point, stopped being for my comrades and simply became an outlet for my emotions. So I wiped the thought of vengeance from my mind. While he was lost in the tale, Prizen, having recovered, was tensely plotting a counterattack. He muttered to himself the forbidden incantation, but before he could finish, Asta suddenly turned, gripped his face tight, raising his voice mockingly. But today I found you, Asta finished, slamming Prizen's head hard onto the floor. His eyes burned red. As if deranged, he laughed wildly and sneered. Yes, I've waited a long time for this day, which is why I repeatedly reviewed the knowledge you left behind to a strange extent. All the demonic scenes, the forbidden techniques, this disgusting relic. Asta suddenly lifted Prizen's head. The boy kept coughing violently. As he chanted, he continued, Moreover, it records in gruesome detail how my teammates died. Coincidentally, what I have most now is time, he said, then grabbed a chain. The air grew suffocating. Raising the hammer in his hand, Asta mocked excitedly, I'll recreate each of those pains for you. This will be fun. Seeing he was near the end, Prizen's eyes rolled back. Helpless tears welled at the corners, and a few weak moans escaped his throat. Outside the dungeon, the space became eerily quiet. Suddenly, the dungeon began to glow with hazy light. The light fell upon the stone statues. Light returned to this ruined, primordial place. A panel in the high ceiling suddenly fell away, and brilliant light poured in. People began to come back to life, moving as usual, telling one another, It's broken through. Hurry, find the students. Don't be afraid to die if you die. Save the students, you bastards. At that moment, the sound of high heels approached. Felina muttered angrily, swearing under her breath. Damn it! Scanning the area, she frowned, thinking to herself that the damn magic had wasted 2 hours. No one could be allowed to die here. Then a frantic voice called out, Professor Felina! Felina glanced at the caller. The person thrust a magic orb toward her and urgently reported, All spells have been dispelled, and the internal magic eyes have been restored. Felina took the orb from him and loudly instructed everyone. Searching for survivors is more important than capturing the intruder. We don't know how the intruder will appear, so ban broadcasts whether by magic eye or running. Find the kids. Everyone responded in unison. Yes. Then they split up to search every corner. They quickly found the children's figures. Some were fainted. Some cried until they had no tears left. Some were perfectly fine and playing pranks. And when they saw people coming to look, they were simply delighted. Although all the students had been gathered, Felina remained somewhat worried and pensive. Watching them chat and joke as usual, she grew more suspicious. The intruder had occupied the challenge hall for 2 hours. How was it that not a single person had died? Suddenly a familiar voice echoed from the orb, cutting through her thoughts. Professor Felina? Can you hear me? Hearing this, Felina softly replied, Professor Farron? Perrin got straight to the point. I'm in the central control room. Can you view my crystal orb feed? I think you should see it directly. As he finished, a virtual screen appeared before Felina, and she murmured, Wait a moment. Seeing what was before her, Felina's eyes widened in shock. Incredulous, she blurted, This is... Perrin turned the feed to the scene where 2 bodies lay sprawled in pools of blood and reported to Felina. There were 2 intruders. As you can see, this is what they did. Felina's brows knit tightly as she stared at the horrific sight, unable to help but ponder. Even she, who had witnessed countless horrors, found it hard to look directly at this atrocity. Who could have turned them into this? From Perrin came an abrupt reproach. Hey! Don't just stand there. Puke it out. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed something and thought to herself, Wait a moment. At that moment, a profile sheet for Asta was placed before Felina. Jairata curtly said, It's this student. Felina took the paper and examined it closely. Jairata, from what she knew, reported, A stray kid from the gray zones, but he enrolled with an invitation from the Blandot family, as you can see. Reading the details and combining them with Jairata's words, Felina couldn't help but remark, His mana value exceeds the standard threshold system error. He's far beyond a student's level. Jairata earnestly offered her opinion. Yes, I'm not sure what exactly, but this student should be monitored closely, Professor. Sensing they were talking about him, Asta glanced toward Felina several times without meaning to. Suddenly a hoarse, deep voice sounded. It seems I'm too late. Startled, Felina reflexively turned to look. Seeing the man before her, Felina called out in surprise, Headmaster! The man waved dismissively and said, Just call me Principal. He glanced around, assessing, and said slowly, I came as fast as I could, but it seems it's already over. Felina diplomatically replied, There was nothing else to be done. You came all the way from the outskirts of the eastern continent. The principal chuckled and sincerely praised her. Thanks to you, things were resolved smoothly. Your payoff for my trust. After a few civil remarks, the principal shifted to the main subject and asked Felina. So that's why I asked, Professor Felina. Do you think this youth caused the massacre? He asked, narrowing his eyes at Asta on the screen as if judging him. The night sky unleashed a heavy downpour. Outside the castle, the rain fell hard. Every mage carries their own inner demon. Raindrops struck the ground, an unexpected bastard appeared to scramble minds. And such outcomes rarely end well. Inside, Asta sat cultivating chi. In my past life I had none of this. By nature a troubleshooter must do whatever is ordered. Even if comrades die, we accept it as our fate. He was silent and deeply focused. If not for dying from the forbidden technique, I would have had no reason to be so furious. Asta sat seriously training. I thought I had suppressed those emotions, but the outbreak inside the challenge coffin was, in a way, the seed of the inner demon. Then he bit his lip in thought. This is really tangled. Feels like I'm holding a bomb that could go off any moment. Suddenly Asta braced his feet as if to stand and do something. But then, who am I anyway? He leaped up and paced, scanning around. An old troubleshooter knows no situation is more familiar than uncertainty. And this level of tension is actually good. Asta held the magic notebook and slowly placed it into the purple circle before him, meaning, today, a week after the challenge coffin incident, now that the chaos is calmed, this is my chance. Physically and mentally I'm at peak condition. After a moment he smiled down at the grimoire in his hands. The secret technique, Crimson Fire. It's time to conquer that bastard. Then Asta turned the pages and studied carefully. The secret technique I learned in my past life was a non-elemental method developed specifically for troubleshooters. This is the first time I've learned an elemental secret technique like Crimson Fire. He squinted tensely. Therefore, even though I've completed the first phase of entering the fire dozens of times, I'll still check it until the very last moment. Asta set the grimoire on the ground and brooded. The mana channels used are not that different from the celestial technique. He kept his eyes closed and thought, if I merely circulate mana through the Crimson Fire channels, I'll only get fire mana, so. Suddenly bright red flames flared up around Asta. The image, I must grasp the exact form of that image. The crimson flame burned fiercely, a solitary blaze that needed nothing else. Asta still kept his eyes shut with many thoughts in his head. Born of mana. Yet it burned even without mana, a flame that didn't thirst for oxygen. In his hand he held a roaring flame. Slowly the flame blazed ever brighter, the fire contained at the core, entering the fire. After a while Asta opened his eyes tiredly and looked at the fire in his hand. It truly had destructive power compared to the mana I usually carry. This spell seems twice as strong. Then he slowly adjusted the flame. Let's see, compression level is 1 cast is the limit for now. And so Asta practiced obsessively. The surge was too strong for non-elemental mana at this rate. I can't even hope to apply the collision formula using fire mana. He stared at the flame and said regretfully, it's a shame I can't use the collision formula, but time will fix that. The image of Farin surfaced in Asta's mind. After all, I've taken another step closer to that talented yet ill-fated mage celestial technique because I added the fire attribute to the base technique. He leaned against the corner wall and stared off thoughtfully. Now I'll need some usable spells. As for fire magic, since it doesn't rely heavily on compatibility between secret technique and incantation, I can make do with whatever I grab for now. After a moment Asta glanced to the side and let it go. He looked toward the stairs, observing, and thought, a strange pressure, whoever it is, they're blatantly revealing their presence. Asta stepped forward and put his hand on the handle, about to open the door. Then he flung the door wide and stepped out into the stormy night. Soaked through, Asta paused and stared ahead. Indeed, Professor Felina had reason to be cautious. Asta stood brazenly facing the principal. The student's mana sensitivity was impressive, and he handled that unruly fire force to this degree. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Not bad, kid, Asta blurted, head of the institute. But the principal corrected him immediately. Call me principal. He narrowed his eyes, emphasizing a serious tone, however. Suddenly a fierce chill swept up. Sensing something was off, Asta tried to concentrate hard. Damn it, what the hell is this situation? And that Henzi guy too, why does everyone feel compelled to step in the moment they see me? Then he slowly raised his hand. But who am I? Really? Instantly Asta took a defensive stance with a resolute expression. As a former troubleshooter, I can break but I won't bend. He always thought an unbreakable faith. The principal asked coldly, aren't you going to greet me? Even if I look like this, I hold the highest position in this academy. But Asta didn't answer. He glared back ferociously. Not long after, he respectfully bowed deeply and called out loudly, greetings, head of the institute. No, I mean principal. He wondered to himself, though, a belt exists to be bent, right? The principal chuckled with delight. Your nature is so straightforward, but lower your voice a bit. Asta bowed repeatedly and replied, maybe my voice was too loud, I'm terribly sorry. Principal, I was just nervous. The man interrupted with a threat. Even if you screamed like that, no one would come. I've sealed off all sound around here. Asta thought angrily. I tried to call people because you arrived silently. What a bastard. Though angry, he controlled himself and asked politely, so, what brings you here? The principal sat down on the ground and answered, I came because I'm curious about a few things, though I'm not sure you'll answer honestly. He sat on the ground and requested, let's sit down first. Asta tensed and gritted his teeth. This isn't murderous intent. It's the real deal. He slowly dropped to one knee. Mana, able to create this level of binding force with pure mana alone, without incantation. The principal said, Professor Felina told me you seem to be hiding something. The raindrops seemed to freeze at the principal's words. So I'll ask. The ground beneath where Asta knelt suddenly sank violently as the man asked, What have you been hiding? Asta forced himself through furious restraint. Damn it. Is this the same stammering man from the auditorium speech? He really is a monster. But then he remembered Farin's face still. Compared to that bastard, this old man wasn't the worst monster. A blue light appeared behind Asta. He read the mana flow pressing on him and adjusted his own mana to match that current. Then he pointed a finger up. If the flow sinks, the push will vanish if I slip my hand in there. Asta immediately swung his hand forward, decisively an intervention formula, and the mana was dispersed. Outside the academy, the rain began to fall in earnest. Seeing you here must be about the challenge coffin incident. Asta stood indifferent and said, Yeah, I dealt with those rats. Hearing that, the principal involuntarily sighed. He asked immediately, You didn't even bother to hide it? Asta replied frankly, It's not a secret worth hiding that tightly. It would have been better if it never came out, but it's not some grave secret. He glanced at the principal and asked, So, is there anything else you want to ask? But the man just stared at Asta, and the two held each other's gaze. Asta cursed inwardly in anger. Damn it, just like the Pahiran incident, maybe I shouldn't have eaten that wyvern meat. Next time pick a more pitiful orphan. The principal said nothing and only continued to exhale heavy sighs. Asta watched the principal helplessly, clutching his head and thinking. The principal is a rare kind of mad serious, then relaxed, then serious again, and now he's smiling. Finally the principal spoke. That look of yours, it's not bad. Do this. He continued with a proposal that made Asta wince. I'll only ask questions. You just answer within the limits of what you can. Wouldn't that be better than getting beaten? The principal ordered. Sit down. Asta obediently complied. Yes. The raindrops kept falling as the two sat facing each other in the rain, neither speaking. Asta looked at the principal in frustration. The atmosphere was definitely different from before. His eyes were reddened and terrifying, a wild feeling, like a war mage. Perhaps that appearance, that atmosphere, is his true nature when he sheds the title of principal. But the principal said, All right, I'll ask first by chance. But Asta cut him off and asked, Do you know the wyvern became someone's meal? The principal was astonished and blurted, What? Asta dodged the question. It's nothing, please continue. And the principal sighed before calling out, Junior. Asta spoke up. I'm a student and you're the teacher, principal. He pointed directly at Asta. If you talk nonsense, I'll hit you, and if I call you junior, then you're a junior, I'm your senior. There are no teachers on the battlefield. He glared at the principal in dismay. What the hell is he saying? This isn't a battlefield. There's no master or junior here. Still, the strong make the rules. But Asta obediently bowed his head. Yes, senior. The principal praised him. Good. That's better. Asta slowly raised his face to listen as the principal continued. Now, let's continue our conversation. He narrowed his eyes and looked dangerous. Junior. With the eyes of a war mage, the principal's face became very serious as he emphasized. But which bastards left it like that? Asta realized the murderous intent was aimed at the intruders, not him. Under the steady downpour, Asta wondered, So shall we continue? The principal's face darkened, sparks of anger in his eyes as he asked, Junior, which scum did this? Asta looked at him skeptically. What do you intend to do? The principal declared forcefully. We crush them underfoot. His Majesty will approve this. We should rally our old comrades once more. Hearing that, Asta furrowed his brow and analyzed. If they're old comrades, they're war mages or knights who fought alongside us. They won't be a negligible force. After thinking, he slowly spoke the name, Deculant. The principal probed. Do you know which mage was eaten by the wyvern? Asta shook his head. No, sir. The principal sighed. I don't know either. So your answer comes off pretty insolent. Maybe it was you. He swore under his breath. Damn. Still as sharp as ever. Would be quite a sight if everything dumped neatly on Deculant's head. After all, Asta straightened and answered. Vimar. The principal nodded. Vimar both names? He repeated. One is Vimar, and the other is the man engineer Prezen. He asked curiously, Do you have proof? Asta snapped irritably. Do you need me to chew it up and feed it to you? The principal lamented the insolent tone. Fine. How do you know about them? He shook his head decisively to indicate no. The principal stared at Asta as if to confirm. The rain continued to pour and their conversation went on. Next, after questioning things further, the principal clenched his knees to restrain his anger. I see, understood. Asta read all of his movements. I've said everything that needs saying. I did my best to answer, but I can't speak about regression or the grimoire. Yet the principal now seemed to exude an aura that pressed on people. You could feel his fury was real. Of course, not because my answers were terrible. He continued to interrogate. Junior, do you know which mage was eaten by the goblins? Why do I keep getting the sense you're being insolent? Asta blinked nervously and forced an innocent smile. Old man, no. It's a misunderstanding, sir. The principal bluntly exposed him. Don't smile at me with those rotten goblin eyes. He squeezed his eyes shut. Yes. While cursing the old man inwardly, truly an old fuddy-duddy. The principal grew curious. So you're planning to build a library as tall as a tower? He expressed. That's a rather meaningful plan. If you leave the top floor empty, I'll fill one entire wall of shelves for you. Asta nodded slightly in gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thinking to himself with a smirk that it's true the world runs on blood ties, hometowns, and school connections. But the principal suddenly added a condition. As for library passes, I'll grant them if you do me a favor. The smile on Asta's face vanished. Damn, he said sternly. Junior, open your eyes wide and take a good look. You should know that one eye is enough to see the world. Asta forced a smile. I'm very curious to see what you want me to do, sir. Outwardly he stayed calm, but inwardly he'd cursed dozens of times. Damn, he looks like he'd really gouge my eye out. The principal shifted the topic. All right, we'll put the favor aside for now and deal with it later. There's an artifact that can create a mana realm. He emphasized, it's very dangerous. But on the other hand, it's extremely useful. Space partitioning would certainly help the tower you plan to build. Hearing that, Asta silently broke into a sweat. He was right. You could say the artifact's function is to sever space, literally to cut space. With that ability, the teleportation magic circles in the trial corridors would be completely blocked. He assessed, if it's magic even the academy professors can't break, it would be very useful later to protect the tower. The problem is, Asta bluntly said, but, senior, I'm not very knowledgeable about mana engineering techniques. The principal suggested. Then go see Professor Felina. I'll put in a good word for you. She's someone you can trust. At that he suddenly warned in a serious tone. However, even though I've decided not to pry into your identity, convincing Professor Felina to accept you will be difficult even for me. So here's what we'll do, he said, raising a finger and beginning to outline something.
Asta listened intently.
The next day the downpour passed and the sky cleared again. Gentle morning sunlight fell over the academy's dome. In class, Asta quietly read his book while the other students around him continued to chat noisily. Suddenly, a familiar, excited voice rang out. Hey, my friend! Chenbia and Damien approached in oddly bloated shapes. Long time no see. He looked at the two of them and questioned life itself. What's wrong with you two? How did you get so fat? Chenbia awkwardly scratched his face. A student passing by raised a hand in greeting. Chimbi? Good morning, want to practice magic together later? He replied politely, yeah, sure. A female classmate also spoke up, Damien. Thanks so much for what you did in the trial corridor. Damien waved back friendly. Yes, you're welcome, thanks to you too. Chenbia scratched his head awkwardly and explained. Because of the information about the bracelet you mentioned in the trial corridor, everyone keeps saying they're really grateful to you. Friends even gave us restorative potions as gifts, and their parents helped our families a lot. He sincerely expressed, Thanks, Asta. Asta quietly put his book down. I don't think it's something you should be thanking me for. Chenbia was surprised. Asta shrugged. I didn't force you to do anything, you're the one who convinced them. He affirmed. This change happened because of you. Bia nodded. I see, Asta wondered. But what about Damien? He glanced back. Damien, huh? Chenbia recounted. He bound a golem with plant magic and made it do work. Its name is something like Cerberus, I think. Asta was amazed. He can control a golem? He's crazy, he doesn't even bother to pick proper attributes for it. Chenbia sat down opposite Asta and suggested, "Let's sit and talk more. It's been a week since we last met, so there's a lot to catch up on." A sudden voice cut in. "Really? I have a lot to say too." And the sight of the approaching person made him jump. Felina appeared abruptly and looked straight at Asta, requesting, "Aster, give me a moment." He turned at the sound of the voice. Professor Felina. The sun was high, bathing the entire academy in bright light. In the lounge, Felina asked calmly, "Do you know why I called you here?" Asta looked around the room and replied, "I don't think it's for counseling, sir." She sat down and nodded slightly. "Exactly." Felina crossed her legs and, in a measured tone, said, "I've heard reports." She tilted her head, probing with an authoritative air. "Are you a descendant of a former war mage? The mastermind behind this is Vimar, isn't it?" Asta didn't deny it but spat with contempt. "They're all trash." Felina agreed. "In general, anyone connected to Deculin is garbage." He looked at her and suddenly realized this matched what the principal his senior had arranged. Attracting attention in Blander under a false identity would be dangerous, so instead they'd assumed the role of wandering war mage descendants while hiding their true identities. So that was the method the principal had taught Asta during that heavy rain. Now he considered that among them one person's master held a deep grudge against Deculin and Vimar. Because it matched his actual position, the setup was perfectly fitting. Felina sighed. "There are countless suspicious points, but since the rector vouched for you, I'll let it slide for now." Asta waited silently for her next words. For some reason, Felina didn't continue. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. A moment later, Felina leaned back in her chair and ran a hand through her hair. "For now, I'll keep this quiet. At least you don't seem like someone who'd endanger the academy." And, before she could finish, Asta interrupted. "Professor." He hesitated. "I'm sorry, but I'm a student and you're a professor. There's an age gap." Felina was shocked and widened her eyes. "What the hell is that?"
Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more awesome content.